Craig!
Hello, Craig!
Okay, I'm going to do the Facebook call out. Okay, it's the wrong one.
Oh, I hope this doesn't kick me off of Discord. That's okay. I'm trying to be ready.
Let's see. Char's not in. You're in. Hey, Heidi. Chris.
Now, should we jump in the video chat first?
Yeah, I'm calling right now.
Hawkeye.
Okay.
So, here to Ert. I think that's a pretty sweet art, you might say. Round?
Hey. I'm going to turn off this video. What? Oh, it's the wrong chat. I want Facebook on that. My Facebook needs to be on computer number 3. Hey!
Hello.
Let's see how we're going to do this.
I can hear people again.
Nice.
Yay! Look at my new headphones, guys.
Nice.
They're literally headphones. They don't go in my ear. It's hard to wear them with my glasses, but they're cool.
Oh, shush. Sorry. There we go.
That's good.
Ooh, it looks so dark and mysterious. Fear me. Okay. Why?
All right, so I am trying something new with our intros, partially because we have had this habit where I'm just kind of like, yeah, last time you did some stuff, and yeah, like,
Oh my gosh, over there. Yeah.
I just
Oh,
feel like I've been going into like Rick Sanchez mode from Rick and Morty every time. It's like, last time you guys did some things and it was real special. Let's get to tonight, shall we? Kind of like.
Hang on, I gotta figure out my video soon.
Oh, gee, David. She's driving home.
Oh, gee, Rick, why?
Oh no, David, that could be kind of risky if we do that again.
Morty, you got to turn into a car, Morty.
It's alright, my fault. There we go. Okay.
If I get the text of Russell, I'm on the plane.
Inevitably.
3 times in a row. He sent me that.
It's just like, we know we're watching you.
Okay, so I'm going to disable that video.
A lot more regular than I am, my friend.
Daniel, your camera's off.
There should be a second one on.
Yes,
Got
his
another
other
one.
camera's on.
Oh.
I'm doing some crazy stuff tonight, so we'll see how it actually works.
Daniel's camera is off, but Tamati's camera.
So it's going to look a little weird for you guys. I apologize.
Ah.
Is there a way you can
Not
show
normal,
my
but
face off?
I like Roll20 for when it's like more complicated.
But yeah, for me, I usually just do a D20 in here. Yeah.
Do we need Roll20 up, or are we just going to be mostly diplomatic?
I have Roll20 up just in case, but I don't think it's desperately needed.
I'm
At
just
least
thinking
right now.
video recording wise. So, oh
Like,
gosh.
if something happens that I have not particularly planned for, I can throw something together. But
Gotcha. Well, I will turn off that video recording and I won't worry about it then. Unless, of course, we need it, and then I will crank it up.
yeah. But yeah, so I've decided to try to actually put some effort into our intros. So I'm gonna get that going here.
I'm going to change my lights. Hang on. It's better. I still look pasty.
Watch I'll get like 5 words into the intro and then start coughing. That's what happened here.
No, please don't.
No.
Emmett, please.
Okay,
He
I'm
just
back.
does not want to deal.
Green. Go green. That's good.
Fancy lighting,
Yeah.
mood lighting.
Mood lighting. I can change it to like red. Red. There we go. Blue. Anyway.
I don't know what to do about the dog. He is driving me crazy.
Yeast, no worries.
I just don't really want him in the background barking frantically the whole time.
That's up to you. I don't.
Let me go see if I can.
Those wonders are Australian.
Where did I put my dice? Oh, they're there.
Hey, shush.
So I found out that cool dice tray that I've got has a lid to it.
Oh yeah.
So I modded it out. So I've got like emerald wing on top. It was great.
Nice.
Okay. Well, I think. Whoa. She went dark.
Rin is not in a happy place right now.
Ooh. That's gonna be great.
Maybe if all the lights are off, it'll encourage him to be quiet.
Maybe. We'll
thought.
see.
We shall see.
All right, with that, let's get started with tonight's episode of Tales of Tyrileth. It's not quite the same, but we'll do it.
It's good.
Got to do like the crazy eyebrow too.
Beyond our sky, past the countless stars and stones, far outside the ever-expanding border of our universe, there's a wall of dark, rippling fog. We're about to travel beyond that wall to a world where magic has not been forgotten, and the horizons have not yet been tamed. Tyrileth, where dragons soar and heroes are forged into legend. Heroes like the group of intrepid adventurers known as the Emerald Wing. When we last saw our heroes, they had faced and felled the necromancer Lord Edgar Sign, breaking his iron grasp on the small city of Tigminster, where he had used dark magics to bend the populace to his will. After passing from his realm of undeath back onto the prime material plane, our heroes found that he'd been drawing his power from a genie he had held captive in the glowing sphere the locals had taken to calling Sign's Moon. That genie was none other than Amatri, twin brother of Zafine's mother, Aloris. But there was no time for reunions just yet. Robbed of the power that governed them, the many enchantments of Sign's Tower apparently collapsed into chaos, drawing the tower up into the sky and leaving it to crumble and fall. Our heroes barely escaped and were forced to watch as the pieces of the tower fell, destroying some of Tigminster's central district. After a somber evening picking through the ruins, finding all too few survivors, and a conversation between Zafine and her newfound uncle in which he related more about her family history than her parents had told her in her entire life, our heroes parted ways with the paladin Wyatt Ferris and returned to the journey that had carried them unwittingly into Sign's path, continuing their dreary march toward the capital. Along the way, they used a series of unconventional tactics and illusions to terrorize a group of bandits into changing their ways just outside of Greenwick, brought their willing prisoners to the town's reeve who wished them luck in their dealings with royals, and were ambushed on the road by the children of one of the farming communities that had been laid low by these criminals. After an expensive and cramped but swift crossing of the swollen, darkened swamplands in a boat captained by an elf called Jamarion, our heroes found themselves at the doorstep of Tandenshold, the seat of power in the Bound Lands, on their way to seek an audience with the infamously apathetic and drunken King Demel Tandon, on the behalf of the workers of Bexload. And that is where we will begin tonight's adventure.
Bravo! Bravo!
That was beautiful.
I just had a thought. Lord Sign used Rock Smash.
You're right.
It's super effective.
It's super effective. Goodness gracious.
Now I have
Sweet.
to actually set one of the music playlists because that intro is specifically music that I've chosen.
It's great. I like it.
I think so. Nice intro theme song.
Yeah.
I was gonna say we could switch my theme song out because it's terrible. It was the first free song that I found. What can I say?
Yeah, what I'm using there is an excerpt from a song by Two Steps from Hell. So if you ever hear it in a trailer, that's why.
Nice. Heck yeah, that'd be great. Feel fun to play with.
But yes, you find yourselves at the doorstep of Tandem. You
Excellent. I'm
arrive
gonna find it.
here
What you can- Go.
after a long and wet journey, and you are approaching the city walls. There's it's at the center of a flatland area where pretty much 10 miles in any direction of the city there's little but farmland, and so it's pretty obvious when you are approaching that it's not the sort of city that would have any difficulty with invaders, even if anyone was particularly interested in invading, because they would be able to see anyone approaching like well before they would be able to arrive at the city and begin to
Nice.
So you pass on the road that you're traveling through. You pass by a large manor that you assume belongs to one of the local nobles, and into the city proper, which is it seems busy, and there's a lot of bustle going on here. There's I can't remember what time it was by the time you guys arrive. I'm trying to think if it was evening or earlier in the day. I believe it's earlier in the day.
I thought it was like afternoon.
Yeah, I think it's probably
Late
early
morning, early
afternoon.
afternoon. Yeah. Sounds about right.
And you pass into the city through the walls into what appears to be the market district. There's a lot of movement happening here, a lot of people buying and selling, a lot of chatter all around you.
I had so many ideas of what I wanted to do as soon as we met this place, and then they all just left.
Well, if it's that afternoon, we should probably first thing get some ideas of where an inn is.
That's probably a good
Yeah.
idea. Chances that we're probably not going to see the king today. I'm guessing.
Yeah.
How many
Usually-
days do we have before the taxes are collected?
You made it here in such good time that you'd have a couple of weeks actually before
Nice.
anything actually goes through completely.
Okay.
So
I'll take it.
Whoa.
Do you want to like give any kind of gift to the king when he like come as kind of a
Maybe a nice wine. One of the wines we stole from the.
Oh yeah, from the Wind's Mansion.
Wait.
Do we have a couple? Okay. Maybe we can give one of those.
Yeah, sure. It's not my ox brew. That's mine.
But well, yeah.
that has your initial one, so don't worry.
But there was the extra, the tea.
Whichever one it is, it's mine. Yeah, let's go ahead and ask around and see if anybody give
Yeah.
us ideas of.
I find just someone on the street. Say, excuse me. Are there any inns that you can recommend to us? We're not from here.
The first couple of people who you ask seem to be a little too busy to really stop and answer. They like shake their heads apologetically and raise a hand and keep walking. You do eventually manage to stop someone who seems a little less busy than the rest. This is like a young halfling man who says, "Yes, I might be able to help you. So there's there are a couple of taverns around here in this quarter. If you are, do you have business in the city? Is there somewhere you'd prefer to be close to?
We're here to meet with the king, actually.
Oh well. Well, good luck to you with that. It's there. We are. I'm not sure what's going on, honestly, but there's tension in high quarter where the king resides. And we haven't, at least so far as I know, none of us more common folk have any idea of what's been going on, but there's, for the last few days, been a sense of worry. The whole city's starting to feel it. But if your business is in high quarter, then continue on through town towards the center. You'll find the second set of walls that encompass high quarter, and you will find a decent and not horribly expensive inn there called the Flying Serpent.
Flying Serpent. Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Good luck to you.
Have a good day. Thank you so much.
I gotta change my voice. Hang on. It's not even working. Never mind.
Aw.
I'm so excited.
Those people that were too busy to like talk to Sadie's character, I think Mouse might be like look at them, just eye them to see if they have anything interesting worth stealing.
Yeah.
Just because they're obviously jerks.
Roll perception.
Roll perception.
Yeah. Roll perception. They were moving by at a pretty swift clip, so to be able to tell what they have on them would have to be a little
check out.
Especially in a market as busy as this one.
14.
14? Okay, you do see that they, at least one of them appeared to be fairly well off. You don't see immediately anything particularly special, although they have the usual coin purse around their belt and that sort of thing.
Nothing besides a coin belt.
Nothing immediately apparent.
No, that's not fun if it's just a coin belt.
There are some pockets. You're not sure what they have in their pockets. They're wearing a thick coat that has room enough for pockets, as it is starting to get late on into fall and the weather is getting a little chillier. But
maybe I'll just send Nip to just start climbing up their leg and distracting him, and then I'll just use Mage Hand to just
roll a.
If she does that, does it distract the guy and give disadvantage, or no?
It gives you advantage on your sleight of hand check because the person is currently just just like a mouse. So.
It is a mouse.
Yeah.
Should I roll? Do I get advantage?
Yes.
Or-
Yes.
19 and 1.
19 plus what?
Sleight of hand.
Out of 10.
Nice.
19 plus 8.
19
She rolled a 1 and a 19.
Man.
Did you say plus 8 for that sleight of hand?
Yeah.
Whoa.
All right. So with that roll, you you get
pick
up
him
close
clean.
to this person, and you find that you were able to both reach into the pocket and pluck the coin purse off of them without them noticing, because they're very distracted, and it just kind of to them feels like they stopped and a couple of people bumped into them. And so you find in there there's 25 gold in the coin purse, and there is a small notebook full of sketches that appear to just be of people, and a rather ornate brass key, and an invitation to an upcoming gala.
Ooh,
So-
good call.
Good
Good call. And we were wondering how to see the king.
So,
Yay.
do you want to try and find out where that guy lives? Because you have a fancy key. Who knows what that could be?
Go raid his house. You bunch of crazies. The Emerald Wing, super heroic and really nasty.
You'd be like, look what I found.
Okay.
It was sitting there.
So Mace starts running up to talk with him really quick.
What now?
So Mace, did you tell us about like the key?
Yeah.
Okay, so Mace runs up
Okay.
to talk to him and just says, "Hello, kind sir. How are you doing this evening? I can see you're in a rush. I just have a quick question. My name is Sameas. I'm of the noble family, whatever. Backstory. And
But that's very noble.
yes. And you look like a person of much importance. Do you know where's a good place for one of nobility to stay in this city?
You could find a place in High Quarter or possibly in the Guildums. There are one or two in the Guildums. I live here. I have little use for the local inns and whatnot. I've seldom had to stay there or recommend them to anyone. I'm sorry. I have little more to offer.
Oh, well, that's fine. But thank you very much. What's your name?
This is where you're catching me off guard. Give me a second.
Okay, no, that's fine.
Jack.
It's, yeah. Frank.
By the way, Jesse had nudged Sameas.
His name is Alec Haymore.
Okay.
And thank you for your help. Where do you live? If I happen to have time, I'd love to know.
I live in the Guildums. If you come by, if I am present, I would be happy to meet you. And he says, you can find my house in the Guildums along the western edge. It's a large red house.
Oh, thank you very much, Cancer. Have a very wonderful day.
You as well. And he kind of distractedly.
Jesse would nudge him because he knows he just likes to like. Did you know I'm a noble? Go on. And we continue on. It's an option. Help me with good ideas for tonight.
Oh dear. So are we passing like shops and different things?
Yeah, there are shop fronts, there are a bunch of stalls and that sort of thing. It's a very busy market.
Nice.
This isn't the biggest city you've ever seen. It's any one of you who might have passed through Gate at any point. This is like a tiny fraction of the size of Gate. This is, like if you were to compare like Idaho Falls to Chicago or something. That's about how you're.
Nice.
Like the proportion of Tandons hold to some of the larger cities you've been to, but
I don't think Chicago has man-made waterfalls. Just saying.
What? Gala? Say when the gala is.
Yes, it says the gala is in a couple of days. It's
Where? Say where it's at.
it's held at one of the noble manors. It's held at Faro Manor. It says
Okay.
At where manor?
Faro.
Okay.
So the king probably wouldn't be there.
You're not sure.
Okay.
He might.
But hey, we can ask around. We have one noble and
Yeah. And I'm gonna just pass the notebook of sketches around to everybody to see if they're meaningful to anybody.
Okay.
This is a pretty picture.
None of the people in these sketches look particularly familiar to any of you. Although, oddly, one of them... Let me actually see if that would be in this. No. Oddly, nothing. There's nothing odd.
I-
Don't expect anything.
Uh-huh.
No, it's,
I'll find out what that oddly is.
like, that roll was to randomly determine if there was anything interesting in it. There's not anything interesting in it. So,
Terrible thing to do to people.
I'm
I'm
on mute, right? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna run up to one of the
trying to
blacksmiths.
do it when Emmett gets really barky.
Oh,
so
nice.
that I'm
Yeah, I
not
don't hear
accidentally
noise.
recording.
I'm gonna run up to one of the blacksmiths and go, I'm new to town. Is there anywhere like a fighting arena? Somewhere to like,
Oh, there's the. It's new. There's the place that's. They have started importing fancy, strange monsters, exotic creatures from all over the world. They're
Interesting.
allowing people to try their hand at fighting them for audiences in order to make some coin. But they haven't yet actually opened their doors. They are
Dang it.
still setting up the place.
I have gone with him.
More playtests to work on, right?
He's slowly formulating the name of the arena for future reference. Excellent. Okay. Well, that's worth a shot.
When do they plan to open this arena?
Week, maybe two.
Okay.
Interesting. Excellent. Okay. Well, nuts.
David, can I roll a perception to, like, while we're walking to in, just to kind of keep an eye out to see if they have like kind of like a black market area in town?
Sure, yeah.
That is a 13.
Nothing that strikes your eye. You're sure in a city of any significant size at all, there has to be some sort of underbelly, but you're not immediately seeing any signs of it here.
I was just kind of lean into Mouse and say, "Hey, Mouse, if you can keep an eye out for the black market, I kind of want to get more poison crafting."
Aye.
Okay.
So we just walk.
You mentioned the black market, and my first thought was, don't tell our dream wax. Use that to frame what's his face.
Nice.
The dream wax we picked up from Cranky Brother.
Tedric,
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
The drug that he was using.
Nice. Tedric. All right.
So after spending a few minutes walking around town, you can definitely tell that there is a sense of tension among the people here. That there is that people are concerned about something, and there doesn't seem to be any particular chatter about a single topic that would clue you into what it might be. Maybe even the people here aren't entirely certain what they're worried about, but there is concern, there is tension in the air throughout Tandon's
Trouble in court. According to the first guy.
Yeah. Let's make our way to the inner wall of the city, to the high quarter.
Yeah,
Maybe the guards up there will know anything, something.
Oh, okay. Guards.
I don't know.
So you make your way towards High Quarter, and you can see that High Quarter is much better kept than the Market District. The Market District isn't dirty by any means, but it is distinctly cleaner, and there is a lot less activity here. The only people here are those who specifically have business here for the most part. And so the streets become significantly less crowded as soon as you pass into High Quarter. You see a number of larger buildings here, where most of the buildings out in the market were smaller, slung low to the ground. These ones look like they're older, larger buildings, mostly constructed of stone instead of wood, like most of the market buildings. Some of them look very official, and a bit further in, you can already see Tandon Palace standing, towering over pretty much all of the High Quarter.
Sweet. Burp. Okay. Oh, I remember one thing I wanted to do. Is there like a food vendor close by? Let I grab some ginger.
You could look around, yeah.
Okay. Have to roll. Come on, dice.
It's not the kind of thing I make. That's one of those things. Is just like if you're looking for something and you're not pressed for time, there's not a whole lot of reason to roll dice for it, because you can just assume that eventually you'll find it.
Okay.
So
I just want like one decent sized ginger root.
Yeah. All right. So you look around for probably 15 or 20 minutes, getting a little distracted by some of the shiny things that you see throughout the market, and
the shiny things.
Before ultimately you do manage to find a seller that has various kinds of produce, and they sell you a ginger root for, I'd say, like a couple of copper pieces. It's
nice. I can't spell ginger. There we go.
It's Jyn.
Yeah. Thanks, appreciate it.
Yay.
I knew I was spelling it wrong.
No, you just R at the end. J-R. Ginger.
Yeah.
GNGR. Okay.
Ginger.
Ginger. The pirate. So what kind of shiny things was I distracted by?
Just like, some handcrafted glass goods from a glass blower that is out actively doing glass blowing on the street. And they have a small forge cart that they're using to heat their materials, that sort of thing.
Cool.
And there is a smith that is selling some very fancy looking, but when you take a closer look at them, not very well crafted swords. They're ornamental,
Sure.
They're really the sort of things that tourists and nobles buy to hang on their walls, and that never actually get used in real fighting. If you tried to hit something with one of these weapons, it'd probably shatter.
The man is talking to the man and how amazing.
Nice. Okay. I want to go back to the glassblower and see if he can make the emerald wing symbols for each of us. It's like a little trinket that we can have attached to our arm or somewhere.
Yeah, I'd say that after he kind of gets what you're talking about, he very quickly manages to whip up several quite nice small trinkets that are made of a deep green glass that inside it has small metal cutouts that he is quickly able to just snip from some tin or something like that.
Perfect.
And he's able to suspend these little symbols in this emerald colored glass, and
Excellent.
it takes him no more than 5 minutes to craft each of them. So if you wait here for maybe half an hour, he'd be able to give you enough.
I'm just staring at it, just dumbfounded, oh.
Yeah,
Cool.
He asks for 2 silver for each of them.
I give him a gold because he did so good.
Mouse get it in the form of a necklace?
What?
Could Mouse have it as a necklace?
Yeah.
Hey,
Thanks.
David, question: how many vials does a poisoner's kit contain?
I'm actually not sure. I'm not sure if it's specified. I can check and see real quick.
Because if you're not gonna be a stickler in it, I just won't worry about it. But if so, I was gonna just buy like some like small class.
Yeah.
Like kid that had.
Yeah. You could buy some vials. I would say a poisoner's kit would have a few, but if you have any intention of actually building up a significant number of vials, you'd probably want to purchase more. He has some vials that are pre-crafted. They're a little more complex than most of the things that he's making for people on the street. So he charges a gold piece for each of them. But
I'll buy 10.
okay. And they come with corks and whatnot. So
I really want to stock up with poisons.
yeah.
Can I roll another perception to see if I see like any underbelly stuff or illegal stuff?
I mean, sure.
Or do I?
You would spend. You can roll like for that. It would be perception. Perception will only just kind of like it'll cover glancing around, kind of like seeing what you see where you currently are. If you roll investigation, that would be a more concerted effort to look for it.
Okay, I'll investigate. Since I have like a half hour to kill while Tomasi.
Yeah.
So Mouse and Jess, you were looking for that, and that is a 7 and 11. 13.
Yeah.
You're not very bright, are you?
Yeah, like Mouse does recognize some thieves' cant on some of the street signs that give you some indications that this particular area is actually protected by one of the major thieves guilds, which you know as the Clock. The Clock is a major thieves guild that operates throughout a whole lot of the country, and
TikTok just came to my head.
The Clock is actually protecting this market, and they say that thieves who are caught stealing in this market will have to answer to the Clock. And so, like, it is, if anyone is to be stealing here, it's someone who is actually affiliated with the Clock. So you may wish to be a little more careful with your pickpocketing at this point, just because that is, if you are caught, you not only have to worry about the local law enforcement, you have to worry about the local criminals. So.
Okay.
Not to discourage you as a player, just saying, like this. This would probably be a dangerous place to get caught, an especially dangerous place to get caught.
Hey, there's some other fancy guys over there with money hanging off their belts.
As like from the bushes, like shadows.
Random funky objects than she is in point person. Like if someone had something that was like really random and cool, probably worthless, she'd be much more interested in that.
Yeah.
Well, I guess also I'm waiting. Can I just roll and see if like there's any stuff for poisons that I would recognize, like out and about?
Sure. Yeah. You don't have to roll for that. You know the ingredients for a lot of things fairly well.
Not like the Aquavita. Or
yeah, that about all. There is a stall for an alchemist, and they have a few of those basic things. They usually the sorts of things that you want for poisons are controlled or not available on the open market. It's a little harder to find a lot of those things.
So there's some lady who doesn't know the difference. Poisons.
Yeah, like sometimes you'll run into somebody who's selling something that is useful, but for the most part, poison components are going to be a little harder to get your hands on without delving into black markets and stuff. So.
Okay, cool. Well.
But yeah.
Anything else?
Oh, it's much nicer. Let me think.
Is there like an oddity shop stall kind of thing? Like where they sell like weird, cool, exotic stuff. Usually it's like not real, but like just kind of like fun things.
I
Yeah,
think
there's
the last
so-
the tower falling down, I think Mouse has decided that she needs to find an object that will help her fly.
Yeah.
yeah.
So you're just keeping an eye open.
Yeah.
Not the only one.
Yeah.
Monk only got so much.
Yeah.
Are there any magic shops around?
You could take a look. It being a fairly large magic, a fairly large market, a magic shop could be tucked away just about anywhere here. So like you'd have to kind of just wander and spend some time looking if you wanted to see.
Okay. Because I'm thinking of like what I want to do is find like a mini bag of holding for myself,
Yeah.
so that way I can keep my ox brew in my own bag.
Yeah.
I don't trust anybody with my brews. I'll trust you with everything else, but not my brew.
I can help her much. She has -2 strength.
Not worried about that. That never worried me. She's just sneaky.
I break even.
You might win the battle, but not the war.
That's what I'm worried about.
Well, shall we look for the magic shop, or we could come back tomorrow? What works?
Yeah, either way.
I just realized I was not totally prepared tonight. 'Cause I still haven't gone through and picked out my new spells.
Oh yeah.
It's all right. You got a week to do it.
Oh,
Do we have anything that needs to be like identified? We picking up anything random weird stuff from the last game?
I don't think we did, no. We were too busy running for our lives.
Yeah, well, that's true. I gotta look at my notes here. Hey, I can use that screen for that. It's a great idea.
Spells.
Ooh, do I see like a wandering around? Do I see like a book stand kind of thing?
Yeah, there are a few individual sellers that have.
I kind of want to browse around for like language books, especially if there's one like Undercommon.
Okay. You look through, like, most of them do have some language texts, like most of the booksellers that you find do.
Language.
Yeah, there's a couple of small stalls, and then you find a larger building that is selling books that has shelves full, and they have a lot of language texts. They don't have anything about Undercommon. Undercommon is not a language that is studied very much among surface peoples, and so if you do find texts about it, which you're sure they're out there, but they're going to be very specialty items.
What are there any other like exotic kind of language books there, or just?
Mostly the fairly standard ones. There is the most exotic that you think that you see anywhere here is technically not terribly exotic. It's just Lochak, which is the language that is spoken in Lotach by which Lotach is. There are a lot of dwarves there, and oddly, a lot of them aren't learning Dwarvish anymore. They're learning Lochak and Common as their primary languages, and kind of abandoning Dwarvish over there. So,
Didn't Marangatu know that?
huh?
Does Marangatu just randomly like? Does my pal?
I
think he knows.
think he does.
Okay, cool. Sorry.
Because he's from Lotach, if I remember correctly. So,
Like I said, hey, keep going.
So yeah, can I see if I can find a place that has a mini bag of holding?
I'll go to
Sure,
my
yeah, you can.
into magic items.
Yeah.
I'm just like wandering around like, oh, he's shiny. Okay, go over there.
Yeah. Right, so yeah, you look around. Eventually, you do find a small magic shop called Fulco's Oddities that is kind of, it's tucked back behind some other buildings. You'd barely notice it if you weren't specifically looking for it. It's kind of in a halfway down an alley that
Oddity
is
shop.
yeah.
I love it. Okay.
It's a small timber framed building that is, there's another person in here that is talking to the shopkeeper as you come in, like a tall half orc who is loudly insisting that yes, this glaive is in fact magic, and the halfling behind the counter it's like, actually I think you'll find it's not, in fact. And then the half orc begins yelling at him louder about how, like, you know, I found this in a tomb. I'm like, I had to like, I had to kill a dozen zombies to get at it. It's magic, I tell you, and I want money for it. This overweight little halfling is looking a little intimidated about the whole thing and doesn't seem to know what to do.
So I'm gonna walk up behind the orc and just kind of tap him on the shoulder, like, excuse me, what's going on here?
He turns and first to, like, your pecs, basically, is just like, what is?
I was so hoping for that one.
He's like,
Whoa.
you know, he's like, what is? You know, this is.
Do we have a problem here?
I have legitimate business here, trying to sell.
I believe you.
He's like trying to sell my goods, and he's insisting that they're not magical. But I'm sure that this glaive is magical. There's no doubt in my mind.
Can I insight check?
Sure. He's just going on like, why would there be a regular old glaive in the middle of a tomb behind who knows how many zombies and other nasty undead things that I had to kill? Why would it be lying there on a pedestal if it's not magic? He seems to be earnest. He definitely believes it is a magical glaive.
Like, that's a very compelling argument.
Can I do an Arcana check?
Sure.
Ooh. Do you want me to assist with that? Okay.
Yeah, you both are magic experts.
I get a +4 to that. So I will help.
18.
18
Nice.
+4 also for you. So.
+4, so 22.
Yeah, you like, without being able to cast Identify, it's not always certain, but you don't get the aura of magic. You don't get the sense that this is a magical weapon. It seems to be finely crafted from what you can tell, but it doesn't appear to be magical, at least.
So I'm gonna say, can I see it?
I just was gonna do that.
Roll persuasion.
So, whoa, I can't see. It's too dark. What's it? 16 plus my persuasion bonus. 17.
All right. He hesitates for a moment, but he eventually hands over the glaive and.
Sweet. So I'm gonna kind of like look it over and like really focus on it and just stare at it for a second and go, you know, I know all these people say it's not magical, but I'm an expert on weapons. This is a very historic weapon. It's the zombie beheader of doom. You do not want to sell this.
Roll deception check.
Can I like
Can I have mouse?
Oh
Like,
goodness, that's
wow!
yeah.
She like puts her arm around him and be like, oh my gosh!
You're like, that's the coolest thing I've seen all day.
So do I get advantage on
You do not.
Ah, dang it.
it? Deception? 4?
Yeah.
But we're 16, right? So.
Yeah, I would say that's not going to go too far.
I was doing so good.
Yeah. So he looks at you and he snatches the glaive back from your hand and is just like, don't try to... Look, I appreciate what you're trying to do, but it's just like this... Like, you clearly don't have any idea what you're talking about.
Not for zombies.
Yeah.
It's true. I've never actually fought a zombie.
He
Have I?
just, like, looks around and is... Look, I'll take my business elsewhere. Good luck to you. And he, like, storms off. With his...
Good luck to you. Hope you don't have to fight any more zombies for another one.
Should use prestidigitation to have like sparks.
I know, we should have done something. I can't trip for like wind gust and stuff.
Oh! Help him with his sail.
Lightning orb!
Lightning! Oh, no! No! Takes out half the building.
Just no, put it away. Put it away.
All right.
So as he leaves, the little halfling behind the counter looks like breathes a sigh of relief and says, oh, "Thank you. Would you believe he's been in here for half an hour trying to convince me that thing was magical?"
I can believe it. I would throw all my knowledge at this guy, and yeah, he's pretty strong-willed. I can imagine.
Is there
So-
anything in particular I could find for you?
Yeah, I was curious if you had kind of a mini bag of holding, or a bag of holding for sale. I mean, what kind of oddities do you have in your oddity shop?
So we have a number of items. We have a few scrolls. We have some boots and gloves that have come in.
Ooh, kind of boots.
I believe that they are boots of levitation. Is there...
What? What's that?
I knew that was coming. I just imagine like Mouse like scouring around the other place, and all of a sudden, boots of levitation. What? Up and over like my shoulder.
Again. Oh my gosh.
It sounds like we're interested in those. Can you tell me a little bit more about them?
How much are those things?
Let's see. I'm trying to figure out the value on those.
Boots and gloves.
Yeah, you can see that also hanging on the walls. There are a couple of. There's a scimitar. There's a shield. A couple of items like that
Nice.
in here.
Nothing super magical, Standy Eddie.
You assume if they're in this shop that they're probably magical to some degree. You're like what they do or how magical or that sort of thing. You're not entirely certain of. But
Sure.
I'm trying to figure out the value on these boots here.
5 gold pieces. Sounds good to me.
Yeah.
In that episode of Avatar: The Last Airbender, it's like 2 copper piece.
2 copper piece.
Let's see. says, for the boots of levitation, I would take 750 gold.
How much do you have?
Yeah.
While you're wearing the boots, you can cast the spell Levitate on yourself at will.
You're absolutely sure you can't go any lower on that price? I bat my eyelashes at him.
Make a persuasion check.
Don't fail me now. Okay, that is a 26.
Wow.
I thought you
Yeah,
said
he,
46 for a second. Jeez. I was like, there's no way physically possible. Okay, I'm good. We're good.
Yeah. He looks back and forth between the two of you, and it, seems to consider for a moment before something in him breaks a little bit. He says, I could bring it down perhaps to 600 gold. They're
600?
quite valuable.
Of course, they absolutely are.
We could
How
always
much-
think about this
how much do
too.
you have?
What else? What else
Yeah,
do we
Like,
have?
absolute need.
Wrote down a bunch of things for how much gold I had, but like, I lost some piece of paper that had part of it,
Oh no.
and then this is from
Checking the bag of holding.
the end of November,
Ooh, ouch.
Uh-oh.
November 24th. Mm.
November. Let me go back in my notes and see where we were in November 24th.
Yeah. So, and then I just got 25 gold more.
Oh, that was when we met Kona.
Yeah, we.
So we hadn't even been through Pigminster at all.
Well, I'll take them.
You have 700 gold.
600.
600.
You know what? I'm going to slightly retcon. I'm going to say those aren't boots of levitation, but rather winged boots,
Ooh.
because
Sounds fancy.
There was.
winged boots.
So what does that mean?
They're boots that actually have wings on them, and rather than casting levitate on yourself, they give you a flying speed equal to your walking speed.
I'll take that as a monk. That'll be amazing.
Wait a minute. So
Mouse
that-
is like, no, you're not. Come on. They're mine. I saw him first.
No, get out of
Technically,
here.
I saw him first.
You can
So-
use them. You can use them to fly for up to 4 hours, all at once or in several shorter flights, each one using a minimum of 1 minute from the duration. If you're flying when the duration expires, then you just kind of descend at 30 feet per round until you land.
It's like
And
Percy Jackson.
for every 12 hours they aren't in use, they regain 2 hours of flying capability up to their max of 4.
So on November 24th, I had
And
400.
they are also less expensive. They are a lower rarity item than the boots of levitation.
Oh, okay.
So they actually, after talking him down, we'll say he went from 400 down to 250.
I'll take
What?
it.
Okay, no. And Mouse just like shoves him and is like,
Get up to 60
No,
feet.
those
Bag
books
of
are
gold.
mine.
I'm like standing in front of it, just shoved out of the way. And he's just, all right. Apparently, we're taking the boots.
Yeah, just watching Mouse and Jisu fighting over the boots.
Can I grab them each by the shoulder and separate them on either side of the counter?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like he was about to go all auctioneer on you guys and just do I hear?
I for sure have too busy.
What's that? You'll pay 600 for these?
700, not a penny gold left. Less. Anyway,
Good math, Drug.
it's like we can share. One of you wear one boot, the other one wears the other boot. It'll work.
Just not. I'm just not good at reverse math.
Right. That's right. Reverse math. That's the worst.
Whoever ends up buying these, here is the description. They do require attunement.
Staring at each other.
They'll use up one of your 3 attunement slots.
What is in it? Wait, what is that?
It's it's
basically,
like whenever you.
You can only have up to 3 magic items that require attunement attuned to you at one time. You can attune to them over the course of a short rest. You just kind of have to spend some time getting used to them to understand how they work. And after...
That's right.
I don't believe you have any attunement items. I don't believe anyone really does.
We have 2 people who have Cloak of Elvenkind.
Those do require attunement, don't they? Yeah.
Yeah, I've got one, and is my siege maul isn't an attunement, is it?
No.
Okay.
If you want, we can have shared custody. You can have them every other weekend.
And only for Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah. Back by 7 o'clock sharp.
I like it. See, it's called compromise. So I look back at the shopkeeper and go, okay, now that's taken care of. You said you had some gauntlets?
Gloves, yes.
Oh, gloves.
Some gloves of missile snaring.
Ooh.
Ooh.
I have built in.
A built-in missile snaring. Noise.
Yeah, basically, since I am not sure how he would explain this other than that, like, they make you uncannily good at catching arrows and the like.
I just say, Rin, shoot an arrow at me.
Not in the shop. We can have it outside.
Yeah.
You want me to do it?
Yeah.
Don't do it. Get back.
Okay.
Okay, roll an attack.
Can I use my iris bow?
That's the bow you have, isn't it?
I have 2 bows. I have that and I have a regular longbow.
Okay. Whichever you prefer, then.
I'll use the iris bow. I want to see how this goes. Ah! Oops. I got a 7.
Oh, I thought you were going to go for 1. I was going to be so excited.
So as you fire the arrow from the iris bow, it changes from an arrow into a bolt of lightning, and realizing that you're not going to have such a great time catching a bolt of lightning, you kind of dodge out of the way, and it ricochets off the shield that is hanging on the wall, and
How did it become
the iris bow? Her eye color makes it lightning. I believe is the damage type on your iris bow. That does mean, like, when you use the iris bow, you lose an arrow. You can't recover it after the fight.
That's right. Okay, I now have 32 arrows.
Yeah. But so it bounces off of the shield that is hanging on the wall and ricochets into one of into the ceiling, where it just kind of sparks and scatters, and the little halfling is like, "Please, none of that in my shop."
I'm so sorry.
Sorry, she was supposed to do an arrow.
Give him 5 gold.
I don't know any of these people. Okay.
I'm sorry. Here's 5 gold.
Yeah.
Accept my apology.
Technically, I'd say since it's still a ranged attack, that you'd probably still be able to do something with it, but it didn't hit you
It's
anyway.
okay.
So.
So how much are the gloves?
The gloves are 400 gold.
Okay. I might think about that. What other kind of stuff you've got? You got a sweet looking scimitar on the wall. What does that do?
It's it engraved with runes of destruction. It says it's a magic sword. It's not one of the particularly special ones. It is just, if you hit things with it, it will hurt them slightly more. It seems to hunger for hunger for blood and will be slightly more
Ooh.
accurate if you swing with it as well. It says it's not anything terribly special beyond that.
And how much would that cost?
450.
Okay.
I picked out my spells, y'all.
Nice. Hex.
I like having the spell book
That's nice.
because David said I could have all of my packed spells as well as enough to fill my spell slots.
Yeah,
Yeah.
since you guys don't have a utility caster in the party so much, you have more, like, you don't have a whole lot of casting in the party, really.
Yeah.
And, like, I wanted to give you an option to have a little more utility, so...
Cool. Cool. Anything else?
Do you have any spell scrolls?
So I do have a few, and he pulls out a small rack that's hanging on the wall from behind him, and so I have 3 scrolls at the moment. I have a scroll of illusory script, a scroll of poison spray, and a scroll of produce flame.
Ooh.
I'm not actually sure if you are capable of using any of those, since I'm not sure if they're on your list or not.
Reduce flame is a cantrip.
Yeah, produce flame is only on the druid's list.
Oh. Does that mean I wouldn't be able to use it even with the scroll?
Yeah.
Dang.
Poison spray is on your list as
Use,
well. It's
and I
also a
believe the
cantrip.
illusory script I can use.
Yeah, illusory script is on your list as well.
Yeah. Hmm.
Which illusory script, basically you can write something, imbue it with illusion that lasts for 10 days, and you don't have to use a slot on it. You can cast it as a ritual.
Mm-hmm.
And you and any creatures you designate when you cast the spell can read the writing as normal. It appears written in your hand, conveys whatever meaning you intended it. To all others, it appears to be written in an unknown or magical script that is unintelligible. So basically, anything that doesn't have true sight, you can keep a message secret between you and only the people you want to be able to read it.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Well, that's interesting.
That being a ritual, I would say, since it's also on the wizard spell list, that you could, if you were to purchase that spell scroll, Mouse could copy it down into a ritual book and learn it permanently if you wish.
For illusory script?
Yeah.
Okay, well, how much for that one?
Let me see what the value is on that. I'd take 75 gold for it.
Perfect. Done. Do my math.
Nice. Part of me really wants that scimitar.
Are there any other stuff that? Oh no.
Is it my thirst for blood?
Okay, I give him 75 for the script.
Okay. Let's see, there's There is oddly a small, heavy cloth bag that, when you glance inside, contains beans.
Beans?
Huh?
Are they sensu beans?
You're not sure.
You don't know.
You can ask Folko about it, but
I didn't see it.
yeah.
A bag of beans, huh? What's up with the beans? You eat them?
Jasu's the one who found it, so
Oh,
you can,
okay.
Oh,
I was like,
can I ask what this is? There's beans in this.
says, yes, those are, they're magical beans. They can have a number of different effects depending on how you use them. Says, please don't dump them out. They will explode.
That's intriguing.
Says, but if you remove a single bean from the bag, plant it, and water it, then it will have a strange effect of some sort. It's impossible to predict exactly what that will be.
They're like general ideas what can happen.
I am afraid I am not certain of the extent of what can happen. It is. I haven't experimented with it because that would use up the beans, and then I would have nothing to sell.
Just curious. How much? Just curious. Very intrigued.
Yes, it's let me just roll to see how many beans are actually in it. Alright, so there are 7 beans inside, and he says, I would take 550 gold for it.
150. I don't even know what they do.
You can roll persuasion to see if that is enough to talk him down at all.
19. Wait.
Plus?
22.
I could perhaps go as low as 450. It's quite rare. I don't know what they do either. If I could tell you, I would. But it's not something I've experimented with. I have identified that they are magic beans that will explode if you dump them out. And if you plant a single one, has some sort of effect. But that is chaos magic. It is not something I can predict.
Mm.
What do you think, Tamaki? What is your sage advice?
My sage advice, huh? It could be a lot of fun.
Can you hold these to the side for a bit? I'll think about it, but is there anything else I see interesting? Or is that just a bit?
You see the shield hanging on the wall. There is a vial of some kind of potion in a fragile-looking crystal bottle.
Like racers or ash monk looking.
Huh?
Any cool like stuff like a monk can use, like bracers or a sash or other types of boots or just like whatever. Or
You don't see anything like that here.
I'll keep thinking about the beat.
You tell me more about the shield? I don't want to
It's,
probably use it, but I'm curious.
And it's kind of a battered looking older shield, but he pulls it down off the wall and he shows you that as you kind of tilt it into the light, you can faintly see the outlines of some writing. He says, "These are runes of protection that says says this shield will be more protective than it appears to be." And basically, in game terms, wielding a shield would normally give you +2 to AC. This one would give you +3 because it's a magic shield. So
cool.
It's not like a super special magic shield, but it's a magic shield. So.
Nice. Magic's always good. I don't know. Part of me really wants to like just get that scimitar because the way you said it is thirst for blood. I'm sitting there thinking like Craven Edge.
Yeah,
it's nowhere near that special. That was me trying to in-game terms express that it's a +1 sword. That's really all it is.
Dang it.
Like I was trying to figure out a way he would explain it that would clarify that, like, it gives you a +1 to attack rolls and to damage rolls. Nobody in universe talks like that. So
nice. Yeah, well, go figure.
So I was just saying, like, if it makes the sword slightly more accurate, the sword thirsts for blood.
Nice. Okay.
So
no
it's just
bag of holdings or anything like that.
No, I have carried them in the past, but my stock ultimately depends on what people sell me, and you might not be surprised to find that people rarely sell bags of holding. They're very useful.
Yeah, I can understand that.
It's usually when someone has one, they tend to keep it in there.
I look over at Mouse. Yeah, I can understand that. Okay, well, I don't know, Jasu, what are you thinking about those beans?
No.
I mean, we can always come back, but they may be gone.
Would you do 350?
Make a persuasion check with disadvantage, because you are going well below the value that he is.
I mean, 400, 350, 400.
He said 450.
Yeah, 450 was like already after you talked him down was where he went. So
yeah.
$16.
He shakes his head and says, "I'm afraid I can't go lower than 450. It is. I haven't gotten anything like this in before. It's a very interesting item. I imagine that.
I'm curious, but like at the same time, like they're beans. I don't know what they do."
He just shrugs. He says, I'm afraid if I could tell you what they do, I would, but that is the nature.
No, I trust you. I trust you. You can see on my end how I'm just like,
yeah.
I might try and swing by tomorrow.
He says, I'll tell you what, if you want the beans, I'll throw in this potion of growth. And he holds up the red potion in a crystal bottle. He says, I've had it for a while. It doesn't seem to be terribly interesting around to the locals. Perhaps it would do you some good, and it would get both of these items out of my shop and more gold in my pocket. I'd be happy to.
That could be a lot of fun.
I'll split it with you.
Okay.
Basically, a potion of growth gives you the enlarge effect, like the enlarge spell.
Yeah.
Like when Grog.
Yeah,
when Grog
that's what I was
bangs
hoping for.
The Titanstone Knuckles. It's that.
It's that.
I go 250, you go 200. You can have the potion, Daniel.
I'll do it.
Sweet. Okay, we'll do it.
Done.
Yeah, and that is, it requires no concentration, and it lasts for 1d4 hours, so when you drink the potion, you will be enlarged at least an hour, possibly a few.
Perfect. That's going in my pocket, not the bag of holding.
Yeah.
Do I see the deck cards anywhere?
You do not.
Okay. You know I would would use that. Heaven help all of us, I would use it.
Yeah. Oh, the deck of many things. No, I would like to keep the campaign intact. So, so no, you do not find a deck of many things. It is questionable whether I will ever give you a deck of many things.
How many magic beans were in there?
End game.
7.
Man, this thing's awesome.
Wait, so is this like a homebrew thing, or is this like an official? Because I don't want to be spoiled on it.
It's an official thing, so don't go looking, because it's it's actually something that is in the list of magic items. So
Well, how many roll? Like, I know for these things, like if you roll 1 to what?
let me see, how many effects are there here that it can have? 12 different effects that can happen. So
Okay.
Oh man,
which is funny because they have you roll a d100, but then there are 12 effects. Why not? Oh, I guess a couple of them are like less likely than others. So that's why they have a, rather than just a d12, a couple of the effects are less likely to have. They only happen if you get like a 1 or a 100.
Okay.
Basically.
nice.
And all I do is put in. How long do they take to sprout?
You remove it from the bag, plant it in either dirt or sand, and then water it, and 1 minute later the effect will happen.
Ooh.
So, whatever that effect may be. And if you dump the bag out on the ground, then they explode in a 10-foot radius, and everything in that area, including you, has to make a dexterity saving throw or take like 5d4 fire damage, or half as much on a successful save, which sets anything that is flammable and not being worn or carried in the area on fire. It'd be kind of a waste, because, like, you know, that is not a whole lot of damage, but... yeah, so... 7 beans, they're dry, they're various colors that aren't natural for beans. One, like, a couple of them are blue, a couple of them are bright red, that sort of thing.
Okay, cool. I don't think something bad will happen, but cool. We get to see.
Oh, something's bound to happen. I'm excited for the I'm excited for the
I
potion
take it
enlargement.
out, put it in the ground and water.
the whole bag. Let's see what happens. No, just soon. No.
A nice little apple tree pops up.
Oh, no.
Which is
We're all dead.
Some of the effects of the bag of beans are real weird. I kind of like this. This could
Excellent.
be fun. But anyway.
Oh, I'm excited.
So, mark off the gold for anything that you have all bought. And
Already done.
Question.
yes.
What were the scripts that he had? He had illusory script, or the scrolls. Illusory script, produce flame, and what was the last one?
Poison spray, which is also a cantrip.
Spray. So if it's on the wizard spell list, could that one also have been purchased for Mouse to learn?
It's not a ritual, so she yeah, like I've allowed you to have ritual casting, even though I think you're supposed to spend a feat to get that, but I'm just like, it seems like something that makes sense.
Fitting. Okay. Just wanted to
playing
check.
a little fast and loose with some of the rules sometimes, where it's just like, I feel like this will be a little more fun. So
What all does it do?
poison spray, it's just an attack cantrip that is it gives you like since it's a scroll, it would give you a single use of poison spray, which you just shoot noxious gas out of your hand, and maybe deal some damage. Poison damage.
Well, as we walk out of the shop, I hand Mouse the illusory script scroll.
Okay.
Be like, I thought you could use this.
So, do I just have to write, like...
Yeah, you have a little book or something, I think, with you, and you can copy the spell into your book and just have it.
Let me check the details of if it costs you anything or anything like that to copy it down. I forget.
Would I have to, like, if I was to use it, would I have to, like, prepare in advance?
Yeah, it'd be a ritual.
Yeah, the process of copying the ritual into your book, it takes 2 hours per level of the spell and costs 50 gold per level, but once it's in there, you have it forever and you can cast it anytime as a ritual.
Oh. Would I know that it costs 50 gold to copy it for her?
Yeah, you would.
Okay, I'm gonna give her the gold too. This is a
Okay.
present.
Yeah, at a long rest, basically, you can spend some time copying it into your... It'll take a couple of hours, so it would only be like a couple hours at your next long rest that you could spend sort of like the cost is to represent material components because you have to experiment with it a little bit to understand how it works, and you use fine inks in your ritual book because you want it to last and be, not something that's just going to like wash out the first time it rains and you have your ritual book on you or that sort of thing. So you just spend a little time getting to know the spell and understand how it works.
And then I can use it, like, any time?
Yes,
Like,
it's a ritual, so you have to.
Does it take a minute?
When you cast it as a ritual, I believe that it is. I believe rituals take 10 minutes.
I speak with animals takes 10, so.
Like, in actual battle, I wouldn't be able to use it.
No, but
No, you wouldn't use it in battle.
It's not. It has no combat utility. It's illusory script. It's just.
It's
the spellbook says it takes a minute.
Yeah, but as a ritual,
like
rituals take
ink.
10 minutes. So.
Oh, got it.
What would you use it for?
Basically,
So,
if you write something that you want to keep secret so that only you and certain people can read it, then you can put some magic into it. It'll allow you to write a note that appears to be perfectly readable in whatever language you want it to be for you and whoever you decide. And anyone that is not on that list, it just looks like gibberish to them for the next 10 days after you've written it.
Okay, that makes sense. That is really cool.
Yeah,
Cool.
After that 10 days, the magic fades. So, like, it has to be delivered to whoever you want to have a secret message to or whatever before that. But it's a cool ritual to have in your repertoire. So.
Oh, yeah. So you have a scroll with that on it and 50 gold so that it won't cost you to copy it down into your book.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
And
We're friends.
Yeah,
We're friends.
We're friends.
What are friends for?
Yeah, so those winged boots, you can put them on immediately, but you won't actually be able to fully attune to them and be able to use them until you take a short rest. So.
Okay.
I just had this image of Mouse like
put on
boots, wing, poof, on her face.
What was that?
I think I'm gonna take a short rest immediately.
Yeah,
Nobody.
You just
walk out the door, sit down.
Right here outside the shop.
you just sit down and like start getting to know them for the next 15 minutes. Like,
how you doing?
Yeah. Just sort of starting to understand how the magic in them works. So you're just sitting outside the shop for 15 minutes, basically.
Boots of hermits.
Yeah, people do give you some odd looks here and there as you are sitting outside the shop, but yeah, after that,
I'll walk back into the shop and see if there's a hat. Just like a top hat type thing.
in the magic shop.
Anywhere, somewhere really close by.
Yeah, there's. You'd probably be able to find a hat shop within not too great of a distance.
Because I was gonna turn around and hurry, put the hat down in front of Mouse, and just like you're just sitting there on the steps, and there's a hat in front of you. See if anybody tosses money in. Anyway,
trust in vegetation to make her look all raggedy.
Oh man. Okay.
You're funny.
Yeah.
So
So
if Mouse
after you spend a little time, you understand the magic in the boots, and you now you have a flying speed equal to your walking speed. So
For 4 hours, right?
I may regret allowing
A
you
total-
to have that, but that's
a total of 4 hours.
Nas is gonna use it to just like look 3 inches taller, you know?
Yeah, they do give you up to 4 hours worth of flight before they would have to recharge for a while. So you could,
Mouse wearing high heels, but not Mouse.
yeah.
Oh dear. Right. Well. Anything else exciting?
So,
Okay. Turning into a shopping episode. Okay, let's go to the let's go to the guards and see what's going on.
all right, you make your way to High Quarter. There aren't guards at the entrance to High Quarter. It's if guards are going to be posted anywhere, it's probably going to be actually at the buildings that they're guarding. But people are allowed
Fair
freely into High Quarter. There's no reason for them to keep no peasant, you are not allowed here. Like none of that
I don't know,
sort of
if I had
thing. There.
If I had a gated community, I'd do that. Sure. You peasant, get away from me. Okay. Let's start making our way toward the flying serpent.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. So you make your way towards the part of High Quarter that you were told to come to. You find the Flying Serpent. It's a 2-story timber and brick building. A lot of the buildings around here are at least partially brick or stone. It has a slate roof. And as you walk in, you can see that rather than torches, it is lit by small glowing gemstones that are set into the ceiling.
Ooh, shiny.
Yeah, they exude a faint aura of magic, but they are, it's just lighting essentially.
Sure.
There is a woman behind the counter, behind the bar rather, who is she's an elf. She's a bit short for an elf. She looks up and she says, "You looking for rooms or for food? What can I do for you today?"
Yes.
All of the above.
Both, if you don't mind.
We can do that. We have several rooms. We have a total of 8 rooms, but we have 7 free at the moment.
Yeah. Well, we just do what we've been doing, and the guys have a room, and the girls have a room, and our hobgoblin buddies have a room. And
People have been kind of nervously steering
Totally
clear
forgot
of your
about that.
hobgoblins throughout all this time. Like they're not sure how to react, but
Hey, do
the
goblins and
fact that-
hobgoblins have a bad blood between them?
hobgoblins frequently enslave goblins, but they it's not like a
It's not really like a quarrel or anything.
there might
Oh,
be
there's an orc we
quarrels
ran into.
between
That's why.
individual groups, and
Gotcha.
the hobgoblins that you have been traveling with, you've gotten the impression that probably what hobgoblins wish to become in the world, they may stop enslaving goblins.
Yeah. I was thinking that the guy we ran into in Falco's oddities was a goblin. I'm like, would there be beef? Can I have started a fight with this? Dang it! And then I realized, no, he's an orc. So no,
He was
never
a
mind.
half orc, so.
Never mind. Just want to fight something.
Yeah, so yeah, I'd say you'd probably be able to fit everybody into the rooms. They have multiple beds.
Let's see.
So,
And then we also have, I guess Taffeel's been staying in the same room as us, though, hasn't she?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
I think you'd be able to cram everybody into the number of rooms
Now
that are available.
The bed should be fine, of course.
yeah.
Yeah, so all told, probably like 5 gold total for everyone's accommodations.
I will just pull it out of the party fund.
Sweet. Means it's time for a party.
And I'll say
Does
that
that
can
include
include
food as well, or is that just for the
Yeah.
room?
I'll say that can include food as well.
Okay.
So if you're looking for accommodations and after all your shopping, it's probably getting on into the evening now, so I'm shifting over to the...
Excellent. That sounds really weird in my headphones. This person walked from my left ear to my right ear.
Yeah.
That was weird.
Yeah.
That was really weird. I'm just sitting there like, whoa, walking through my head. Okay,
Somebody passing by.
man. Okay, so I'm gonna talk to the bartender and say, my name's Tamari Ruokoha. What's your name? By this time, I've had 2 drinks.
Okay.
I'm a little tipsy.
I'm Sena.
Sena. It's good to meet you. Whoa, I can't. You can tell I've been drinking because I can't write correctly.
Too distracted by all these people
Yeah,
riding
right?
horses through your
I
head.
got like horses and wagons and people walking around. This is great. I love it. Sena. So, Sena. Any good places to fight?
I wouldn't be able to tell you, not my speed.
I figured as much. So we've heard rumors and we've kind of felt some tension around the town. Do you know anything about anything that's going on?
I'm not sure. There's definitely something going on at the palace. Something's happening at court, and most we hear is whispers. You'd have to speak to maybe one of the nobles, someone at court, or maybe someone from the lay court.
Okay. And I'm super knowledgeable about these things, but if you could give me a brush up on like the hierarchy or where these people would be.
So the lay court operate at the lay court for the most part, between the lay court and the palace. The lay court you don't seem to be from around here.
No.
You don't have the look of a local.
Yeah, well, unless your locals are all Goliaths, which I doubt.
So, few Goliaths in town, not too many.
Continue.
But the lay court are the king's advisors. Truth is, they're probably more the government than the king is.
Interesting.
The kings and queens of the Bound Lands have a long tradition of drinking themselves at least halfway to death, and some of them go the rest of the way as well. They tend to care a great deal about actual matters of state, and that's why we have the lay court. Lay court handles things. They do the actual work of government while whoever is the king or queen at the time goes about partying and drinking and collecting taxes so they can party and drink some more.
Interesting.
So you have the lay court, and you have people at the royal court that are courtiers, local nobles, some of the members of the higher end of merchant class. Anyone who can afford to be there, more or less.
Fair enough.
So if you want any real answers, you'd have to speak to one of them. Occasionally, some of them do come in here to drink, but with the way things have been the last few days, we have seen very little of any of them.
Interesting.
Maybe the last week and a half or so, this tension's been building.
You don't have any speculation of why or anything like that? Anything strange happened in the last week and a half?
I mean, it's worth what you're paying for it, but I would say that the way the lay court's been acting, the king might have gotten an idea.
I get those occasions too.
But couldn't speak to the accuracy of that. And it's vague enough that even if I'm right, it doesn't tell you anything useful.
It's okay.
So what brings you to Tendonshold exactly?
Well, we came from Backload. There's a family of nobles down there that are terrorizing the town, and we thought we'd come up here and make our plight to the king and see if we could rebuild the hierarchy down there.
So, well, you've come at a difficult time to find an audience with the king. It's
What it sounds like.
going to be more difficult. He's not been accepting nearly as many visitors in the last week and a half or so. So,
Interesting.
it's unfortunate to hear that Bexlode has noble troubles. So the noble families of Tendonshold, apart from the royal family anyway, are well liked for the most part.
It's nice.
You get a bad egg here and there, but
Yeah,
for the most
like
part,
you do.
people like the Faros, people like the Galways, and people like the Tambourys. Those are the three families that actually have any pull around here beyond the Tendons themselves.
Could you say those names again?
Faros, Galways, and Tambourys?
Yes.
Yes!
Tambreeze?
Yeah. T-A. Well, I'm not going to spell it because I will spell it wrong. But the way that I spelled it.
I just did Tamberries. So.
Close enough.
The Farlos, they're the ones throwing the gala.
Mm-hmm. The Faro Manor. Yeah. Yeah, do you know anything about the gala? Sena?
So I know there's some sort of hootenanny going on elsewhere in town, but there usually is one party or another. So it's like my blood isn't rich enough to get me invited to those things. So
Fair enough.
Ooh, did I just hear a crow or something on the audio?
Mm-hmm.
I think I heard that too.
Oh yeah, there's all kinds of stuff going on. Ooh, crickets. Dog. Sorry.
Just like
My
Tamaki is just narrating the sounds of the things he hears.
My perception skills are off the chart tonight. Woo! Woo! I need some more to drink. I gotta wake up. Only 9 o'clock. Oh, jeez. Okay.
She says, so traveling from Bexlode, that means I'd assume you likely came in from the southwestern side of the city, maybe?
Yeah. Sounds about right.
So,
Came in by boat. By way of
So
Captain What's-His-Face.
you came through the darkened swamplands.
Demeron. Yeah.
You would have come in from the west then.
Ah, yes, the West.
So, you probably passed Galway Keep, one of the noble homes.
Yes. I think I remember you talking about that.
Yeah.
Briefly.
I mentioned a manor, but from the direction that you came in, it would have actually been the one noble household that is like a fine place, but it looks to be constructed in a more military defensive style.
Gotcha.
So it's like you would have passed the Galway's home on your way into town then. So the nobles all have their estates outside the city walls. They have plenty of protection of their own.
Fair enough.
Just as they own pretty much all the land for miles around the city, but they lease it out to the local farmers and what have you.
Very nice. Man, we should convince these guys to go down to Bexlode. Sounds great.
Yeah, they're all quite popular around here. They've remained popular for as long as these noble families have been here. They've been landed since the city was founded at the end of the Abolition War.
Cool.
Believe they were all soldiers who served under Kasia Tandon herself originally.
Oh, so she's the general. Fair enough.
Yeah, she was a war hero in the Abolition War, and they gave her a kingdom for her services after the war. Most of this area was bits and pieces that the other kingdoms weren't using, or petty kingdoms that were operated by nobody kings who didn't really have much to their name.
Fair enough.
And it was pretty much downhill from there. Her pretty much every one of the Tandon cents has been a one degree or another of useless drunk. A couple of them have actually gotten a few things done.
Inbreeding. Oh, man. Sorry. Just fair enough. Well,
She sort of trails off and walks away to serve other customers.
Cool.
Unless you have further questions.
I can't think of anything.
So, anything else that you guys want to...
I'm going to pull Rin to the side.
Okay.
Okay. Kind of like off to the side so no one else can guess. In fact, to be cautious, I'm going to say no. Because all I know is I assume that she's half Elvish. So I just say, Rin, do you understand Elvish?
Yes.
Okay. I have an idea, but it's totally up to you.
Okay.
So we're meeting with the king. There's a lot of crazy stuff going on. And it seems that the king, I don't know, he seems to be a hard. And we're trying to get this, this guild deal taken care of. So, but I was thinking, and we have an ace in. Corwin is dead, and we're the only ones who know that. And from what
a small surprised noise from Sena.
Oh, she speaks Elvish too, you butt.
She's an elf.
Well, I said that I pulled her to the side, like where we were by ourselves.
Yeah, she's like helping customers, and her perception was like a 19 before I added her modifier, and so she picked up a little of that, and but she just
okay. Well, in my mind, I had to go where like there's like no one around us in our own. Yeah. Okay.
In our own little pot.
It's okay. Santa's cool.
Huh.
Santa's cool. You're good. Just talk to her.
Okay. So, I say, if you want, I could make a disguise, and you could pretend to be her, and try and make her side look bad, so we can get this passed for the full episode.
That's intense.
Well,
I could try making a disguise. And we don't have to do it, but I'm saying that's an option. Did we notice the gasp, or
what?
Like, did Rin and I notice the gasp, or no?
Yeah, you would have caught it. Like, it was just a small noise of surprise, and Sena just kind of looked in your direction and then was like walked off to help other people and put herself out of earshot. Didn't pretty clearly sending the message like, whatever you're talking about, I don't want to know. Okay. Like, she's just like, like she's just.
Well,
like, this is...
I mean.
Worst case scenario, if people start to wonder like where
Worst case scenario, I get arrested.
I was gonna say you die.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is like worst case scenario, like if people in Bexload are like wondering what happened, you can just say that when Walda escaped, she immediately went, the king to try and persuade him not to go with the Reaper's Guild.
Hmm.
Like I said, you don't have to, but I feel like you're the most persuasive person here. That I could make you a disguise, or we could see if Mouse could do it, and she could use magic, but I don't think she's as persuasive.
So while you're saying that, you look over at Mouse. And I've been thinking about this for like a couple weeks now. Funny for Mouse to like start doing yoga. What she thinks is yoga.
I'm just gonna kind of snicker when I see her doing it.
I feel like she would be able to do yoga, but she just doesn't really know what it is. So she's really uncomfortable. So she's just like on the side of the room with like one foot behind her leg or behind her back, another foot like.
And also just a few inches off the ground while doing.
Yeah, just flying.
over it, Mouse. That's what you see.
So we could put our entire fate in her hands. Like I said, we don't have to do this. We got here in such good time. We have a couple of weeks, but it is a technical ace in the hole that worked. If the water seemed good.
Tathael walks over and joins you, and she appears to have heard you because Angel, but she's just like, I don't know, that those looked like some very persuasive poses. Like you don't think those you don't think those could get through to the king? You don't think that she could interpretive dance her way into?
I could be really close. I just don't know if she could edge out. Plus, is it
having a hard time with the ambience here?
Noises are freaking me out, man.
Since I'm a disguise master, what I know is it easier to see like a disguise self through disguise self more easily than it is through like prosthetics and stuff, or
it would probably depend on how skillfully you apply the disguise, and disguise self is,
because I just assume a king's gonna have a couple of magic people with him. That could be like
probably.
Yeah, like the question is how. The question is really how suspicious you expect the people that you're seeing to be. Like, if they are just going to assume that people are in disguise, or like, if they're going to be kind of like checking every person that comes in to see if they're in disguise.
Would I have enough knowledge to probably not her pedigree, but or to like something to be like, oh yeah, I really am Coral, or would I just be totally shooting in the dark hoping? So if like the king was like, "Who are you? Prove it."
Yeah, I mean, culturally, that generally nobles are like impersonating a noble is not a common enough occurrence that people have to carry their papers around with them all the time, but they probably have identification. They probably, if they were asked, they would be able to produce something. You'd know a few of the basic forms and be able to make a reasonable fake if you put some time into it.
It did just give me an idea, but okay.
I want to ask Sienna, she mentioned Bexlode as if she knew it. I'm going to ask her if she actually knows Bexlode.
So, I don't know it. I've never been, but I believe it's to the west. That's as much as I.
Okay. Just the way you sounded like you thought. Yeah.
I don't have.
I'm not gonna go join Sam.
Did Cora actually send letters to the king against the tax stuff?
The Winds were planning on sending letters and but they had not. To your
but
knowledge,
they didn't actually.
They
didn't actually contact him.
No, to your knowledge, they hadn't actually contacted.
So what we could do, we're gonna dress me up like Cora, is we could go in with Giles and be like, I'm down with this 100%, and my brothers are bums, so you should do it. Because we have evidence against both of her brothers.
And because I gave a lot of evidence, and I've at least seen her handwriting from her recipe for the poison.
Right, yeah.
So would that be enough to forge her handwriting?
Yeah, I mean, you don't suspect that anyone would so intimately know her handwriting that it would be a major concern?
I know, but I mean, just, there's that matter. Just make sure I cover all my bases. Because if we fail, bad, horrible things can.
Mhm.
I'm gonna go over and join Mouse in
Hey.
yoga poses.
So tell me again, her brothers are Galdrin and
You do?
Tedric.
Hidric. I have it in here as
I don't know what I'm
Tanya
doing, but I'll follow you.
from October. I'm like, that's not right.
So when I
I'm
snuck in,
super drunk.
I gave the threatening letter to Walda from the one brother who uses drugs and the info about him using drugs. And then
Mhm.
I got the portraits of the women and the illegal love potion.
And we have the drugs that Tarek had been using.
So I did the letter and the drugs to. I didn't give the actual drugs, but I told him of the drugs.
Right.
Yeah.
And then for the other brother,
You told the not Walda, but the
the investigator.
yeah.
Yeah.
And then I gave the portraits and the certified illegal love potion. So we have stuff on both the brothers.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So we could do it that way.
If you want, I could start on a disguise tonight. Do we have rooms, or do we have are we in the heart?
We may want to clue in Giles as well on this. Because if I just show up as Cora, he might have a meltdown.
Yeah, I mean, we're probably not seeing the king for at least a week. So, I mean, it might be less time, but like we have time. So, if you want, we could speak to him right now, or I could speak.
Yeah, we could talk to him now.
Excuse me, Giles.
I'm gonna fall over backwards while my leg is behind my head and crush a chair.
I used prestidigitation to make him literally see stars circling around his head.
Whoa! What did I drink? Gotta get some more of that.
We gotta do more like this.
Oh, okay, let's try it. like that. I can't breathe.
Yeah. So Giles says, "Yes. What is it?"
So we have an idea. Could you come with us to where we're out of earshot of?
Yes. And he follows you.
So we really want these negotiations to go through with the king. But it sounds like I don't know, it sounds like there's some like that the king's kind of acting weird lately. And I was thinking we have an ace in the hole that only we know about. Corwin is dead, but no one else knows. So
she is dead.
So we had that idea. What if I made it? I'm very good at making disguises for people. What if I disguised Rin, who is very persuasive, as Cora, and she helped argue your cause?
It could certainly lend credence, although
And just keep in mind, your opinion will be the ultimate opinion.
Because we don't want to do anything that would negatively affect you.
Yes.
Or your case.
Yes. If you feel like this could be helpful, we will. I could start the disguise. You can tell me what you think, and we can spend a couple of days, like smoothing things out. We won't just like go, right in. I just figure it's something that we could do to push the king over the edge.
Under the circumstances, it could potentially be a valuable asset. Deceiving the king makes me very nervous. I'm not a very good liar. Perhaps it might have been better if you had not told me of this.
To be fair, though, I feel like if you had just randomly seen Cora walking, would have had a much worse reaction. barring the circumstance.
That's
Of course-
really why we wanted to inform
Of course,
you.
he was dead whenever we killed Cora. Don't forget that part.
Well, it was still Cora that he was dealing with, so we don't want
Sure,
to deal
but
with like PTSD.
He wouldn't have known that she was dead at this point.
I mean, he walked past her body after.
I thought we carried him out.
I think that
But he was
Tethael raised him from the dead, and you guys like.
Oh, okay.
went out
Then we
with him.
carried him out.
Gotcha. Okay.
I believe that's how it happened.
But
You
I
know
don't
what? I'm
have,
the DM. That's how it happened.
Done.
I'm like,
And there goes the conversation. I'm just kidding.
yeah, just like don't go back and listen to the episode because if it wasn't how it happened before, it is now. Retcons, possibly.
Retcon.
And that's the way it went. Okay. Never mind.
and keep in mind, we do have a few days to gather information. We have a noble with us to talk with other nobles. You know, we can see how the king reacts because the king might be different with nobles in his kingdom versus people from Weaver's guilds and other types. So if he has a more favorable opinion of nobles, then that could also help. Very helpful.
It is possible. It
And like
is-
I said, we don't have to go through with it, but we can have it as a good option.
in the past, it has less been a matter of convincing the king of anything and more a matter of convincing the lay court, particularly Miss Denham, Talavi Denham, the king's advisor. She's his chief advisor.
Well,
It could entirely be possibly
Alavi?
fairly said that it's Tulavi. Tulavi.
Dulavi.
Denim.
This is its entire Denham, yes. Denham.
Oh. Den. Can you clarify? Because I was going to put it in my notes like denim jeans.
Yeah. Says it could entirely fairly be said that Tulavi is perhaps more the ruler of the country than the king is, since the king is at the bottom of a glass more often than not.
well, we are going to a art show or something of that sort in a few days. So hopefully, some of those nobles will be there, and hopefully we could, gather some
Get a feel.
ideas and information to what could be the best approach to this.
Is it if you find anything of use, please tell me.
We'll do. But shall I proceed with the disguise?
It is worth the effort, I think.
Get to use my disguise kit. Go on.
Yeah.
Other than guy's mouse as a waiter.
I don't even think I did that. I think you just got a
Yeah, I just showed up and was like,
Oh, you just kind of grabbed something.
yeah. They always hire lots of people for that. I'll probably be doing something like that for this. So
Okay, well,
Let's see. I would say that it'll probably be a multi-step process to put together a disguise. Like preparations, you would be making any relevant papers and possibly like altering some clothing to look like it. Both of those, I would look like her clothing. I would say both of those would be dexterity-based disguise kit checks. So roll a d20, add your proficiency bonus, and your dex mod.
yes. What was it they would say? Big money, no whammy.
I say,
Yeah.
you'd only have time to do one of those tasks tonight, so just roll one for whichever one you prefer.
Can I
papers
assist
or
him at all with this?
I don't think so.
She got the kill. She can explain to me what she was wearing.
Permanently ingrained in her memory.
So just roll normal, no, right?
Yeah, no advantage. I can't think of a way that you really could.
I can think of some like BS ways, but
well, are you forging the
disadvantage.
documents or are you crafting the costume right now?
I'd say documents because you have more paper than you do cloth.
Yeah, I'll do documents for now.
Yeah. Yeah.
What about Sameas? Could Sameas help out? I'll just toss things out. I don't care.
Like, I would say you're familiar enough with this that you would not really need help to put together something believable here.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. I'll just roll.
I should roll terrible.
19. Okay. Hold on. 19.
2.
26.
Nice. So yeah, you are able to craft some papers that when you show them to Sameas, he asks you it's like, did you steal this from a nobleman? Like, it's like, what is wrong with you?
we took it off of Corwin's.
Good cover.
Oh, well, that's fine. She, it's just like she was. It's like, honestly, she was. Didn't deserve her title. Clearly,
I thought I just not just. I think we wouldn't just kill her. We would just desecrate her memory by taking away her title.
Yeah, it's like, I like that. Very targeted dishonor. I approve. Says, would you like me to burn these to further dishonor her?
No. We need time to think of something even more heinous. But I could take up to a year of weighing our options.
Of course.
I'll be thinking. Burning.
Yeah.
Maybe you can use your Dragonborn breath. I think that's all I'm doing for the night.
All right. Anyone else have any other thoughts?
I'm making a dress tomorrow.
I'm not going to help you with that.
We'll assume Mouse is probably, once she's done with her terrible yoga, is probably copying that ritual down into her book.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else from anyone else?
I'm just passed out on the floor.
Okay.
After seeing the stars and drinking more ale, I'm just done. I hurt all over because of the yoga. I must stretch. Stretch first. I just had this mental image of Tamati in the middle of the room, laying on the ground, and just two thugs pick me up and just shove me next to the hearth. Oi, this belong to anybody?
I guess I don't know. I guess maybe I'd just spend a little time getting familiar with my new spells.
Okay.
Wish.
It says to me I didn't have them before, and now I do.
Yeah.
Learning some new skills.
I feel like the ambience is really throwing Daniel tonight.
I got background conversations going on. It's hilarious.
I can't even hear the background.
Oh man, it's so great with headphones. When you listen to the recording, you'll be able to hear it better. It's glorious. It's kind of the way I feel Tamati would be. He'd like, I gotta be diplomatic through this whole thing.
Don't worry, Tamati. I'm sure something will happen. And
I doubt it.
I have to head to bed, but
Alright.
it's been fun.
Good
I'm
night.
excited about my new boots.
Yeah! I found him. Because of my bag of holding, which I still don't have.
It's like sometime into the evening after she has been doing her yoga while still like she's maintained the floating a few inches and just eventually kind of like drifts back down to the floor as she's used up all of the boots charge for the day. Just, like looks down disappointed like, oh.
Would I do I actually know any yoga? I assume that I would, but
I don't know. That's
The formal
you?
training you had while you were a monk. Oh,
Yes.
wait.
I do. In my travelings, I learned yoga.
like, hold on, let me roll to see if yoga exists in our setting.
Natural
It
one.
must,
Nope.
because Shara did it in a past.
Yeah, no, I was
See?
just
So I go up to Mouse and I'd be like, that's not actually yoga. That's not how yoga works, right?
yeah, like you start to, and Zafine just like holds out a hand and is just like, just let her have her fun. Maybe I'll teach her some forms eventually.
Fair enough.
In the meantime, she's like, in the meantime, I'm actually enjoying this a little bit. Just like,
Fair enough.
yeah.
Fair enough.
All right, so it seems no one really has anything else important to do tonight,
Yeah.
so we will just go to the next day.
I'm gonna make a dress. Worst case scenario, Tamati, we can just start a brawl. Tavern brawl.
Yeah.
This last one was. Hey, okay. I want something retconned right now. I want to know what face the one guy thought when he saw like the tower of his prophet crashing down and crashing to kill him.
What?
Wasn't he the guy who believed that Stein was like a prophet?
Yeah.
What was his face and like his reaction when he saw like his prophets crumbling and like rocks coming to kill him?
You weren't there.
You'll never know.
You can safely assume that if he saw it coming at all, that there was probably some horror, but you can also assume that he probably wasn't looking at the time, and so probably he was just like scrubbing a mug or something, and then all of a sudden was crushed to a horrible death.
Okay, sorry. Keep going.
What was that dude's name?
So, what are your plans for the day?
I want to go look into the ring, the like monster fighting ring.
I'd like to know.
Okay.
I'm going there.
But I also want to. I also want to stop by like the black market area.
Okay, if you can track it down.
I'll drag Mouse with me so she can do thieves' cant stuff.
Yeah.
But I want to go to the monster thing.
Right,
Yeah.
so let's go there first.
Yeah, you ask around. They're basically what you were told is that it is like it's not operating yet. That they're constructing a sort of Colosseum type thing, and that it is over in a part of town referred to as the Warrens. It's like the slums of town, and that basically they have there are a number of poor people who have been displaced in order to construct the place.
Oh, that's terrible.
Somebody's like, yeah, it's good riddance.
It's horrible. It's not open yet, Tamati.
It's a fighting arena.
Yeah.
Kick out the riffraff.
When is it expected to be completed?
In a week, maybe 2.
Okay. Are you taking signups now?
Not yet. I think they're waiting until they actually have some of the creatures shipped in, so that people know what they might be up against before they start throwing themselves at it.
Okay, thank you.
Nice. All right. Maybe turn off the room.
So, are you guys actually going to seek an audience with the king? Because you have not tried yet. So I'm just like, you haven't
Yeah,
gone.
it's probably a good idea.
Yeah.
Well, I thought should we wait a little, like before, or do we, or do you set an audience for a future date?
Whatever.
Like you're not sure. You haven't even tried. You just kind of came into town and are like, oh well, things are bad. Let's
Because it would be nice
go
to
buy some boots.
Yeah, it would be nice if we could have the Korra attire finished.
Yeah.
But we can inquire and see how.
Yeah.
The
I mean, if you want to work on that, you could be spending time on it. And
Has Giles actually ever met with the king?
yes.
Oh well.
So
Hey
we could
Giles,
ask him.
let's go to the past to meet with the king.
So
I'll go with Giles.
I've usually gone to arrange it with the lay court. The lay court makes appointments, gives times when, if there is an opening, then they will arrange it.
Is it usually a time in the future, or is it sometimes very prompt?
Well, every time I've been to visit, it's been very prompt, but I within a day at the longest in my experience. But under the circumstances, it could be more difficult.
Because it'd be nice if we could kind of get an idea from other people what's going on in town. Because I don't know. That's my opinion.
Says under the circumstances with the tension, I imagine that it will be harder now to obtain an audience at all. It's.
I'm just wondering if it'd have any weight. They're scheduling the.
So, the lay court doesn't tend to favor nobles from outside of the city any more than anyone else. They will certainly favor the local nobles, but nobles from outside of the city are no more likely to be given quicker audiences than those of us who represent businesses and guilds.
Okay. Well, yeah, we can go take it.
Says perhaps commoners might be given a slower response, but non-local nobles and representatives of guilds are treated more or less equally.
Well, yeah, we could go check that out.
It's probably a good idea since that's kind of why we came here.
Yeah.
Just
This
saying.
way we at least get something set.
Yep. To the castle!
Alright, so if you make your way to the lay court first.
I'm changing into something fairly nice before we go to meet up.
I want to get my not growl costume on.
Okay.
I polished up my siege mo. It looks so fancy.
Yeah, after you prepare, you make your way to the lay court building, which is a large stone building, very austere in style. It It appears to have been here for a very long time, and there was not a lot of attention paid to the architecture. It is more or less a stone block that is just a practical building first, and not one that is intended to impress in any way.
This is a political building.
Yeah. Yes.
If the politicians designed it. Or the accountants.
Yes. So you do meet some guards at the entrance who ask what your business is.
We
Normally
would like-
fighting, but today diplomacy.
Would you like all to speak, or
You can decide who. If one speaks for all of you, you can decide if you all answer. It's up to you.
do you feel
I'm
like
here for the
What's
What
that?
are we doing?
I just asked Waller, do you feel like speaking?
No.
I could.
Usually Shara does these things.
We would just like to meet with the lay court about setting up an appointment with the king. We have some business from out of town.
Well, you can certainly speak with the lay court about that. Whether you'll be able to secure an audience under the circumstances is, I wouldn't call your odds wonderful, but you can speak
Of course.
with representatives inside.
Yes.
So, what are the circumstances? Like, what's going on? I mean, we've heard lots of rumors of tension and nervousness going on in the city. What do you know?
Not
The
really
guard
anything
kind of
else.
shrugs and he says, "It's above my pay grade, I'm afraid. They don't tell us that sort of
Heard
thing.
rumors, though.
Heard rumors, but nothing that sounds particularly believable."
What sort of things have you heard?
Oh, there was a rumor that the king's wife was eaten by a dragon, and there was, but I saw her, I saw her this morning. She's fine.
Dang it.
Like, there's-
I mean, good.
The guards say, like, never mind the rumors. If you're going to speak to the lay court, we will have to ask you to leave your weapons with us.
I leave my bows and my quarterstaff.
Okay.
Under my quarterstaff.
Okay.
Oh, and my daggers. I have 2 daggers as well.
On
Be like,
my-
oh, we forgot these.
Oh yeah, I give him my 2 daggers. You think my darts are concealed well enough?
They're probably fine, yeah. And the guards are just looking expectantly at Tamati now.
What? What?
You want to just wait out here, Tamati?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Teach the guards how to guard.
Okay.
Maybe show them a few good moves. Have at it, boys.
So I learned yoga last time, let me tell you.
I tried this thing last night.
The last
called
thing you guys see
stop.
as you walk through the doors is like Tamati getting down, like sitting down, getting cross-legged.
Yeah.
Mouse stays back too and like starts like.
Yeah. The guards are just kind of like watching, like.
What is this?
I was like, come on, try it!
It's-
Heavy plate mail guards.
yeah, these guards wearing half plate are just kind of like,
No.
I think I'll let you do that. I just, like, But yeah, the rest of you go inside the lake court.
Oh, Zemeus comes too. Just season.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the rest of you make your way into the lake court building.
Here's a question: would they recognize a pistol? They just think it looks.
They would definitely be suspicious of it. They're not gonna.
He hands the weapons over.
Yeah.
Oh, you should have just shoved it in the bag of holding. Oh, well. It's way more fun to do this. Good luck with your diplomacy, suckers. I'm gonna be out here talking with the guards. So, nice weather we're having.
So the rest of you find your way into the lake court building, and you are pretty immediately struck by the fact that there are a bunch of official-looking people in here who just look terrified. Like, they are, like, speaking in hushed tones in corners to each other. They're, and disappearing in and out of doors, carrying different sheafs of paper. And, like, everyone in here just looks like they're having a bad time right now. There is a desk where ordinarily it looks like there would be someone to greet people, but there is no one seated behind it at the moment.
Zemeus yells, "Excuse me, there's a noble here who wishes an audience with the king, a far distant land. Is there anyone in here who can be of assistance?"
I
Zemeus is utterly ignored. There is no reaction whatsoever. People just kind of continue, like, looking panicked around him. One woman bumps into him and doesn't even apologize before she continues on her way.
Peasant!
gonna roll my eyes. I want to go up to someone that I can get to stop and be like, "You look troubled. What's going on?"
You catch a young woman who appears to be maybe in her early 30s, and something odd has been striking you, and it takes a few moments to settle in before you put your finger on it, and you realize that almost everyone in here is human, which is unusual. It's usually more diverse, and you know that Tandon is a primarily human nation, but you have certainly seen more diversity everywhere else. And
My hair a little subconsciously.
yeah, this woman like looks very distracted, but she stops and says, "I'm sorry. Things are very busy at the moment. But is there something I can do for you?"
Yeah, we were hoping to meet with someone from the lake court about securing an audience with. We just traveled from Bexlow with some fairly urgent business.
The king is not seeing anyone at the moment, and the lake court is. She kind of looks around and like waves at the chaos in here. Just like the lake court is busy.
There's no way that we.
I didn't hear the last half of that.
Is there a way that we could possibly help?
I am not sure how to answer that. You will understand if we don't want to discuss things with strangers, matters of state.
Sure. It's just that we've come so far, and
Official business.
It is gravely important that we speak on as soon as possible.
Make a persuasion check.
20?
Yeah, she looks around and looks back at you and just I might be able to get something, but if you do manage to actually get in to see the king, be quick about it. He and the Lay Court's time are very valuable at the moment, more valuable than usual, and things are in a bad way. So she tells you to wait a moment while she goes and fetches someone with more authority than she has. And she is gone for probably a solid 10 minutes. You begin to wonder if she's forgotten about you by the time she returns, leading a human who is wearing a male human wearing the clothing that indicates that he is probably a noble of some description. He's in his probably mid-30s, and he looks like he is in wildly over his head, like he is just kind of shell-shocked by everything that is happening around him. And he comes over and he greets you all, and he says, "Sorry about all of this. My name is Sorry, still not used to this. Baron Ludris Tambury."
Baron? Yes.
So I hear you have business with the king.
Yes, we have just traveled from Tandon, or not Tandon, excuse me, Bexley. And we had some very important things to discuss with him.
Well, some very important and frankly very frightening things have been going on. Let's see. He's gonna just do an insight check to see how he feels about you guys. He does not get a good read on any of you at all. He has no idea why you're here. He just does not grasp it at all, so he doesn't really grasp the importance either. But he just kind of assumes that you're probably all right. And he look, this doesn't leave this room, but the king is getting himself rather more involved with matters of state than anyone in the Lay Court or anyone in my family or any of the other noble families are used to. And he's expressing some opinions that are racist. Look, the king has never involved himself a day in his life in actual political matters, and all of a sudden he is dead set on invading Tamari. Keeps
Tamari?
saying yes to the territory to the north, kingdom to the north. He keeps spouting this ridiculous nonsense about how he has to free the humans there from their dwarven oppressors. It's ridiculous. I don't know if any of you have ever been to Tamari, but it is ruled jointly by humans and dwarves. Apparently, somehow, the king has gotten it in his head that the dwarves are lording it over the humans there, and he wants to go to war, and he's pushing for it very hard. And the king's power is theoretical generally, but the lay court has never had any particular reason to go against such orders. We don't have precedent for it. We don't have a case. We don't know how to handle this when there
Sure,
is
there's-
a clearly dangerous order.
Yeah. I mean, clearly, if there's never been a case like this before, there wouldn't be any sort of protocol for such a thing.
Exactly. You look around you. You likely notice that it is it's not very diverse in here at the moment.
I did notice.
So that's a recent development. The Lay Court has normally had several representatives, still a majority of humans, but several representatives of other races. The king has dismissed them. They are, as of no more than a week ago, the king has dismissed all members of the Lay Court who were not human. And we have assured them that it will be a temporary dismissal, but I doubt that the king has that in mind. I'm sorry. Not only is this a stressful time, but I've not had to deal with such things for long. Rather new to all of this. Not just the stresses of this madness, but the stresses of government and everything, really. Now, like this poor man looks like he is, just like if somebody dropped something and like broke a vase somewhere in this room, he might burst into tears. Like he is right on the edge. Like he is right on the edge of his sanity at the moment.
Be a good time for an owlbear. Just kidding. I'm outside. I don't hear any of this.
And that's how half of us were executed.
It sounds troubling, to say the least.
Just to kind of start walking up to kind of like, then. Or was that with you the whole time?
You were nearby.
Cynthia.
Okay. I kind of ask, how long has it been since the king started acting so sporadically?
Week and a half, perhaps. It has very, very recent development.
About how long ago was our encounter with the typhoon?
It was longer than that.
12,
We've been gone for about
13
2 weeks. Yeah.
12, 13 days, maybe 14. I'm not quite sure off the top of my head, but I would say in the range of around 2 weeks.
It's a thing. Sorry, my
See that
notes.
meanwhile, outside, Tamati is playing cards with the guards.
Yes! I'm in love with this idea.
And the guards are losing money to you. You get 15 gold pieces.
Oh yeah! Take that, sucker.
Just the guards have bad luck. You know what? Roll real quick for me. Just like I rolled for them. Roll
Yep.
a d20 and tell me what you got, just to see how this.
16.
Make that 30 pieces then.
Oh,
Yeah, you.
good? Oh, no.
So
Meanwhile, like while you're while you're playing cards with them, like Mouse keeps kind of like looking like, can I pickpocket the guards? And you just, like,
Every time Mouse like stands up to walk around.
so Jesse wants to ask the guy. So do we tell him a little bit about what we want to do, or do we tell them from the start?
it's up to you how you approach this.
I do want to ask a hypothetical situation, because it sounds like the king is taking a very interesting turn lately. We also have a delegation of hobgoblins with us.
Hobgoblins.
Yeah, they're coming. Yeah, they
I wouldn't have brought that one up.
What we present to the racist psychotic king just randomly.
Yeah.
I would have just left him outside
The
the whole
Baron
time.
like holds a hand out to the wall and like steadies himself, and it looks like he is, he's just I need to sit down.
Okay. I only bring this up because
Prestidigitation to kind of just like, it's okay. Like, I'm like fanning and trying to like get him to calm down.
Yeah.
so they're here to make peace, because there's a new hobgoblin ruler who wants to, make peace and kind of isolate, not do war of expansion. But I don't want to walk in there and have our hobgoblin friends executed on the spot. Like, is there a way? How should we go about it? We're all
It is perhaps the worst time for the king to have
just in
that
case
sort of
I'll.
discussion.
They are just an envoy, but just in case I will, the hobgoblin. Maybe we can present or something.
It would be wonderful if the hobgoblins actually do mean to negotiate peace, but the lay court would be far more welcoming of them than the king himself.
So should I maybe present it to the court but not to the king?
Unfortunately, the lay court can't generally make their decisions without the presence of the king. He is...
Well, more like when we're scheduling the appointment before the lay court.
I am not certain how to approach this, but look, it's not a good time, but I may be able to grant you an audience with the king if I use some of my family's pull. It is not a good time, but I may be able to get you in within 2 days.
Well, an audience with the king would be greatly appreciated. That is why we're here.
It is a arrangement with the people of Bexlow that will actually give the king tax rate and less burden for the people of Bexlow.
Perhaps it will be met with more welcome than...
We'll lead with that.
So that may be wise. Yes. Return here in 2 days' time, and I will have arranged it for you.
Thank
Thank you
so much.
We will tread very carefully. Receiving.
We'll have to, it sounds like.
It's
And we'll make sure that the hobgoblins show very much respect. King, very forthright with intentions.
I hope the king will be willing to see that for what it is. This is my, Look, I only have enough pull to do this because my niece is the queen. But
Oh.
it is, I will be calling in favors. And I am rather afraid that my family has a few favors left to call. So please, don't waste your opportunity.
We will also get in contact with the hobgoblin to see if this is the right time to do it.
Yeah.
But I'm sure he doesn't want to start.
Probably not.
Because I'm sure he doesn't want to start aggression between.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. That's all my to say.
Yeah. The Baron goes off to start to make some arrangements, and
Probably take a nice long swig of whiskey.
yeah, he looks like he could use one. But
sounds like we may want to get in touch with Uzmer. Let him know that this may not be the ideal time to attempt diplomacy with King Tandon.
See, that's why I brought it up. I didn't want to be like, oh, goblins! Oh gosh, they're all dead.
yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Because then we'd have to protect them against the king and his guards, and
I'm a little concerned about just us, let alone bringing in the hobgoblins, because we have one human in amongst all of us.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're disguised as Korra,
As Kura, then that'll make. Well, I guess and Giles too. That'll make 3.
wait, Giles a human or
Giles is a halfling.
Oh, Giles is halfling. Never mind.
Okay, well, if it's 2 days, I should probably get back.
I didn't catch the second.
Oh, I said if there's only 2 days, I should probably get to work on the guys.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I have in my notes that Mina was halfling. Is Giles also halfling?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I was under the impression. That is my fault.
Yeah, they were both halflings. But yeah, Jesu, I'll take the same thing as last time. D20 plus proficiency bonus and dex.
Okay.
Is this for the costume? Can I help with
Yeah.
this?
I'll say you can be there for him to take measurements and that kind of thing, which is probably enough for him to.
Advantage?
Yeah.
So I had Mouse be watch at the door, and as soon as she saw you guys coming, I heard her like stand at attention with my siege maul until you guys come out, and I go, and that's how you guard the door, and then just relax, you know.
Can I
So play
insight
it off
check him?
cool. We weren't gambling at all. Yeah,
I'm gonna insight check
go
him.
ahead, insight checking. Yeah.
18.
That's not an insight check.
Oh, his is the costume.
Yeah, I figured as much.
Did you roll deception, by the way?
Oh,
me?
was I supposed to?
Yeah,
against your
you're trying to
insight.
get us, and I'm inciting you.
Okay. I am very deceptive.
What did you roll?
Me?
Total is 7.
No, I heard your roll.
Okay.
You rolled a 7.
I rolled a 6. You got a 5? I am expertly deceptive.
Yeah, so you believe that he has been like lecturing the guards on how to stand and guard the door, and you're a little baffled at that, but
I can't believe you actually did it. Well done, Tamaki.
Don't act so surprised. I always do what I say.
Yeah, so Jasu makes his way back to the inn and begins working
I'm such
on...
an idiot.
What?
So I rolled my d12s. I rolled high on my d12s, but then I was like, those are kind of. So I kept like tossing them and getting such low numbers. Wait.
Weird.
I'll take it. I'm just saying, like, I felt.
That's awesome.
Yeah, probably could have rolled higher a couple of times.
Yeah,
Anyway.
no, go ahead and roll d20s for those, because...
Much better.
Roll high.
15 and 16, so that is. 23.
Alright. So, yeah, you are...
I'm talking about earlier rolls too. I probably could have rolled a lot better.
Yeah, you're able to get through the process of making the costume pretty quickly, and it looks very convincing.
But does this also include like a mask for?
No, the last thing you will do, and it will have to be the day of, will be makeup and whatnot too.
Okay. Cool.
Gonna have to figure out how to make my ears look human, or a convincing way to hide them.
Yeah. They can just be hidden by your hair. It's...
But Cora has a different hair color than I do.
Wigs are a thing. The disguise kit has wigs and stuff in
Yeah.
it. So. But yeah, you're able to get that done in the course of a few hours. And yeah, I would say that puts you pretty late into the evening by the time you're done with all that.
I don't know, but I think it's time for some food and drinks. Oof.
Lunch is on me.
Woohoo!
Or dinner.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Wait. How late in the evening is it?
Probably like 8:30 or 9 at this point after we've been
Okay.
working on this.
Yes.
I want to check out the black market.
Okay, so I'm sure Zafine would go, is there any place fancy, like, to try new things in the area?
As far as cooking things, or like,
As far as, yeah. Because, I mean, we did it in the Hobgoblin area, where she's like, I want, like,
yeah.
the swankiest, like, craziest eatery there is. She wants to get,
Yeah,
like,
she-
different recipes and stuff.
Yeah. I would say there's probably a couple of places she could check out.
Fancy places. Pick your favorite.
But since Shara is not here and I don't have anything prepared, I don't really want to like
No worries.
go
I'm good
through
with
all
that
of
answer.
this. I don't really have anything prepared for that at the moment, and so there's
No worries. Just tossing it out there. Okay. Yeah, we'll just go get food. I'm gonna spend like the full 30 gold that I won from the guards on just whatever.
yeah. You buy like just like
Everything.
if you spend that whole 30
Okay.
gold, then
That's what it's coming from. So whatever it takes, that's what I'm using,
Yeah.
type of a thing. So
yeah. And just like that 30 gold, you would be like buying a feast for the entire tavern and everyone who comes in that night, basically, kind of thing.
totally worth it. Just kidding.
hero of the flying serpent.
Okay. Yeah.
Hey, David.
Just like
Oh,
I
fancy
want to
feast
try and
right there.
steal his ukulele and play it again.
Okay.
What? Oh,
While they're off walk, I want to try and just see if I can find the black market again.
Okay.
Cool. And Izara, if I have Mouse help me because she knows these cans and stuff. See if she sees any like marking for advantage.
Yeah, just have her roll investigation.
Where is her sheet? 19.
Okay. Yeah, she's finding evidence that there is some kind of black market activity, but there's not like an organized black market. It's like you'd have to have something specific in mind that you were looking for, and put feelers out for it in the underworld, and be able to have make a specific request to the right people, and then set up a meeting with them.
Okay, cool.
Nice.
Yeah. Do you spice?
nice.
I'm going to do that after the king. Cool.
Chris hasn't got to that episode yet.
Yeah.
I'm on 63. Actually, I just finished 60.
I'm most of the way through 68 right now.
We're on 78.
77
where
or
we are?
78, somewhere around there.
Gotta catch up.
Yeah, so
Sliced. I felt bad for Sam on that one.
yeah.
Such a bad go. That was hilarious.
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys are thieves canting, we're eating, drinking, going crazy.
And I'm trying to wipe your ukulele
Then
and
you find
play
you
it.
guys later because we kind of. Well, this was all we were like watching you guys.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, I'll probably just call the night there unless anyone else has anything specific they want to do.
I think this is a good place to end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I still
Yeah.
want to try and swipe the ukulele.
Wait, so is the next day where we go to the king, or is it like?
You have another day in between. Although if you don't really have anything planned to do it, we might just skip over it. But
I keep trying to think of really fun things to put into these, because it's like, I'm in a big city. What would I really go looking for? And I keep
Yeah.
thinking weapons, but I'm like, well, there's nothing going to really top my siege maul, so I don't know.
and like the kind of thing that will top your siege maul is generally not going to be the kind of thing you can buy. It's going to be the kind
Yeah.
of stuff you find.
It's kind of the way I feel, yeah. So that's why when you said the scimitar, I was like, ooh. It's like, yeah.
I just want to find more poison stuff. Captain Eagles. We can do that after the king.
Yeah. Yeah, I think unless anyone has specific plans, we'll just skip over that day and say that you just kind of, continue to try to make preparations for the disguise and, fine-tune that stuff, kind of.
Oh, one question: do I have enough time to make an old man?
Probably, yeah.
Cool. It's to pickpocket people. It seems a lot easier if I'm an old man who pretends like, "Oh, sorry, I just was tripping."
Yeah. Oh, I suppose if you have any way of contacting Guzamer,
Yeah, let's do that now.
Nicholas.
that
Yeah.
the next day would probably be the day when you would go about that.
Hey, Tamati.
Yeah.
So let's fill you in after like the huge night celebration. You should probably call Guzamer because the king went crazy and now he's racist to invade
Right, phrasing.
Temari. Temari? Is that what it's called?
Tamari,
Because he
yeah.
says the dwarfs are oppressing the humans. So
That's the way it should be, right?
bringing in a lot of hobgoblins might not be good. And he could kill them on sight. So maybe we should call Guzamer and explain the situation.
That's
Like-
probably a good idea.
I feel horrible because the hobgoblins came so far, but at the same time, I think they like being not dead. I also go to the hobgoblins like when we get back, and I kind of explain and kind of want to get there. So I kind of like explain to them.
Yeah, the hobgoblins definitely look concerned by this, and they say, perhaps it would be better if we waited outside the city for now.
I'm so sorry. We just.
It is the nature of these matters that, unfortunately, sometimes leaders will be.
I feel bad for them, so I take off my makeup, so I'm like drow looking again.
Yeah. Yeah, they probably would have known you were half drow by now.
Well, yeah, but more just like, just so it's like, hey, yeah, I'm kind of like the outcast too.
Yeah.
So you guys,
Yeah. Solidarity. But yeah, they.
We'll be running together against the mobs.
Yeah. Yeah, they do look troubled by this. They decide that they are going to go wait outside the city. There's some forested land to the north that they think that they've decided to go hide out in.
Cool.
And so they leave the city and make their way over to the forest land. It does seem, just from what you can tell from within the city walls, it seems like they were followed part of the way out of the city just because people were suspicious of them. But the people that were tailing them eventually gave up. And so
people look at me weird because I'm half drow.
Yeah, you get some odd looks. And
as you like fake red glowing eyes, like ah.
Yeah, like the whole group already kind of gets some weird looks because of the Goliath and the like hybrid Habanshid Air Genasi, which are two uncommon races that are unheard of together, essentially. And,
so, quick question on that. So, are Genasi genies? Or are they element?
they're half genie of some description. Usually it is half human, half genie, but
for some reason I thought it was like a half elemental, half Habanshi, and I was like, okay, that makes a lot more sense.
But yeah, you in particular provoke some actual fear. Like, people are wary of everybody else, but when they see you out of makeup, they are like, you actually, like a couple of children like start crying, and like you like people are like, even as a half drow, you resemble a drow enough that people just immediately go to like,
how many people know really?
What's that?
I mean, how many people would really know the difference?
Yeah, like, they see you, they're just like, they haven't ever actually seen a drow, they just assume that you're a dark elf. And all of the stories they've ever heard about dark elves are like horrible things. And so you get some, like, a couple of children that just burst into tears and run away upon seeing you, and like,
Maybe I shouldn't have taken off makeup.
Yeah, people definitely, there's a big bubble of space around the whole group, and it is larger than it was when you were in makeup, because
I pull out my lightning orb.
Just go to town.
I dare you all to get in a light. I dare you.
Oh, gee.
Well, Tamati, do you want to give Guzmar give him a holler?
Sure.
What's up?
So I'm going to pull out Guzmar's necklace.
Yeah, thing about that is that is
That's just calling.
Yeah, that's a one-way communication, like, we need help, kind of.
That's kind of what I thought. I was
Oh
trying to
gosh,
figure
an
out.
army of hobgoblins! No.
Yeah, that'd be good.
The hobgoblins storm Dandon's hold.
Perfect. We'll dethrone the king while we're at it. Ha ha!
Diplomacy.
I finally get to fight something.
Come on, he's sitting on the king's throne, holding the king's skull and his siege maul.
Finally. A kingdom to call my own. Oh, geez.
Okay, well,
And you
In
have
that case-
accidentally shifted to chaotic evil.
but with a loving heart deep down. Kind of like how Hitler was like, a hardcore vegan animal rights guy. So in that case, can we instead just ask the hobgoblin to get a hold of him, and if not, just ask their opinion? They think, because they would probably have heard like, oh yeah, we're gonna contact.
Yeah, they would have basically said that they don't have a good way to quickly get hold of him. They would have to send a message or something, and so it would take them at least a couple of weeks to get the news to him and then get back to you with news from him. So that, like, under these circumstances, the hobgoblins generally just sort of operate on their own assumptions, and they're just like, you know
Nice.
what, we're gonna hang out here for a while. We're gonna see if this blows over.
I could make the goblins costumes, the hobgoblins. Not sure how the anatomy works out, like the shape of the head and stuff. But
I mean, they still would. They might look a little misshapen if you wanted to do that, but it's,
probably best if they just hide.
yeah.
Yes.
So I had a thought.
What's that?
If Tamati wants a brawl, we could go find a clearing and I'll spar with him.
And fight you back for my ukulele.
Could we double on Tamati?
Oh, you and I against Tamati? That would be fun.
Man, I'm already making plans how to defeat you in a battle royale. So any little practice chance I get.
I don't have to make plans. I already know how to kill y'all.
Rage and murder us in
Yeah,
our
pretty much.
Yeah,
Just be
like,
awesome.
First thing you'll need to plan is to make sure that this battle royale happens after your unarmed strikes are considered magical.
That, and when I get double sight, so I can at least cast darkness on myself and have.
That doesn't make a difference though, because even magical bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing, he still has resistance to when he's raging. So,
Well, at least if I have darkness on myself, I can at least have a small chance because he has disadvantage on rolls.
Yeah, there's
Good.
that.
Do you want to do that? I kind of want to.
I'd be down. Down. Non-lethal strikes. Saying.
Can we find a cleric that can like heal us afterwards?
I mean, you can just do non-lethal damage. It's like when you're just
Okay.
sparring, you can choose.
How big is the bar?
Just rest so that we.
We're not doing it in the bar.
Well, I know.
Satan
But
is too nice of a person to do it in the bar.
no. We don't have to do it in the bar, but we could get a party going outside with us fighting. Get bets going and stuff.
Oh my goodness. Just imagine the betting pool.
Are we doing this?
Goliath versus half drow and a half elf. Go.
I discourage violence.
Violence for violence sakes. Gratuitous violence. Oh man. If we're doing, let's see, if we're doing unarmed strike, or I mean, no,
Non-lethal.
non-lethal. There you go.
He doesn't kill us, so we're down to like 1 hit point. We're out, basically.
I don't think you can choose to do non-lethal damage with like your spells, though. So
Yeah, let's do it.
That's part of why I was asking for a cleric.
yeah,
Hey, Tamati, you and me. What do you say? 5 fast fight, but hey.
yeah. I'm just like, as DM, I can tell you the outcome of this. Just loses, Tamati wins. Like, under the current circumstances, you don't have a shot. Like,
What's your HP, Chris?
51.
Okay, when we attacked Lord Stein, I did a Raging Avalanche on him and did 80 points of damage.
Yeah.
But that wasn't. Yeah, but.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, your unarmed strikes do more than his, but they are also going to be dealing half damage at all times because he'll be raging.
What?
He has more HP than you.
I'm walking into this knowing that I'm going to lose.
This is a war of attrition that I do
Don't
not
give
want to.
me out, guys. I want to be part of this.
I'm just like, this is a war of attrition that is just going to eat up the rest of our game time for the night, and I don't want to do it. Like, that's what I'm telling you right now. I'm not saying I won't if you guys really want to do it. I'm just saying this is not going to be very fun, and it's going to take up like the rest of the time that we have, and I'd rather actually move forward more.
Okay.
I'm not saying you can't because I'm not.
Really do without Shara and Heidi actually here.
I mean, yeah, I just don't want to, like, I don't want to be, like, stop having fun, Captain Stop Having Fun, but, like,
Captain Buzzkill.
yeah, but I'm just, like, I don't feel like, under the circumstances, this would be as entertaining as you think it would be.
Okay.
Because it would just
I
be,
have
like...
a plan, though.
This would just be like, it'd just be like an hour and a half of you guys going back and forth being like, I deal 3 damage to you. Okay. I deal like 4 damage to you. Okay. I miss and I don't deal any damage to you. Okay.
What are you talking about? Tamai just within the first 4 turns I'd be dead.
Basically.
Well, I mean, the thing is, he'd be using unarmed strikes too, because he's not going to hit you with his hammer. Like,
Okay.
he's not going to be like murdering you, so it's like.
Same for the battle royale.
Resurrect me.
Tathiel's just looking, yeah, like David was saying. Tathiel, no, she's not gonna resurrect you, you idiot. That's my favorite line. Just look, I'm not gonna resurrect you, you bunch of idiots.
Hey man, you could just have jackass Tyrileth style.
Yeah.
Sounds like a
Like,
terrible
let's just,
idea.
like, we'll just settle this with 1 contested roll, okay? We'll say that you guys spar. Daniel, roll and add your strength modifier. Chris, roll and add your dex modifier.
Natural 20!
19.
Yeah. Boom! Just,
There's a Sparta right to your face. Poof.
yeah, so, like, you decide you're going to spar, you go and find a place where it's kind of off and safe so you're not going to, like, freak anybody out. And you're just like, okay, let's do this. Let's do this. And you, like, just who goes in for a punch, and Tamati just, like, you know, just this haymaker, and just completely, like, knocks the wind out of you. You go flying back like 6 feet and land on you. You're just like,
Never mind. I'm like, yeah, this is fun. Let's do it again.
I want to turn.
All right, Ren, here we go. Single dice.
What?
Did you roll yet?
No.
Oh, hurry up and roll.
What am I rolling?
Just D20.
Do I add charisma because that's my spellcasting modifier?
I don't know. I was just going for the natural dice roll.
You cannot do non-lethal damage with spells.
I know. I have a healing potion I would give him if I knocked him out.
Knock him out. Ha! Ha! Ha!
If I knocked him out, that's what I'm saying.
I'm
Just go straight dice.
Trying
Straight
to figure
dice.
out how to handle it for you, but I guess since you'll be spellcasting, just charisma.
Okay.
You're putting way too much effort into this.
15.
I'm adding my strength.
Yes.
7. I rolled a 2.
Because I have an actual plan and I kind of want to put it to the test.
Just narrate it out. Like, I don't wanna-
So what I would want to do is first I would cast Sanctuary on myself,
Yeah.
and then I would start just nailing him with Eldritch Blast and staying as far back as I possibly could.
Okay, so yeah, basically you just kind of manage to stay out of his reach long enough that you like machine gun him with Eldritch Blast until he's finally just like, okay. Like,
Stop, it's annoying.
yeah, it's like those Eldritch Blasts really don't feel good. Like they really do hurt. They are
Kind of like when you like rip off a bunch of hair with like tape.
I mean, I guess I would do what I would actually do is I would do Sanctuary first, and then on my next turn I would do Hex,
yeah.
and like Hex and Eldritch Blast spam
Yeah.
from there.
Let's assume that you're specifically hexing his strength, so he does actually land a couple of hits on you, but you feel weirdly weaker than usual, and you don't like.
I forgot
What's
about
going on?
Yeah, because you when you cast hex, you specify an ability, and they have disadvantage on ability checks made with that. And so if he's like making, we'd say for sparring, just like athletics checks more or less, like you're just struggling. What's that?
That's it. That's my conscience.
You're conscious, yeah. It's
On the ground, just like stupid magic.
I just flopped down next to you. Yeah, no kidding.
You're just like, don't look at me. Cast darkness on yourself.
Oh man.
Hey guys, I learned a new trick. Do you want to see it? Okay,
I don't
so
know.
I assume we're gonna go back into the bar at this point. Like, guys, watch this, and I cast Spider Climb on myself. And just walk up the wall. Like,
I'm
take it.
slowly walking with my quarterstaff.
Just like, just so much pain.
Yeah. How did you not kill the owl bear, Mark?
Yeah.
That was a couple levels ago. I have gained much strength since then. Like impossibly much strength. Oh goodness.
Actually, with that, it would be.
The only thing that would have made that better is if it was a natural. Natural 20! Bam! Natural 1! Ooh. These dice are terrible.
If I had just like added my attack modifier, just
There's my natural 1.
would have been a 19.
Let's say we'll just fast forward to the day of. You're getting ready for your meeting.
Actually, could I just I stop by the oddity shop and see if he has anything new, new stuff?
That's a good idea.
Yeah, there's nothing new in yet. It's not the kind of thing that does booming rapid business because
Gotta check out.
yeah.
How much were? I know I don't use them, but how much were those missile snare gloves? That could
400.
really come in handy for.
I think 400 was what he.
Yeah, 400 for the gloves, 450 for the scimitar. I didn't ask him about the shield.
Cool, thanks. Like I said, I don't need them, but like, it's nice when you can.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll say on the day of, you start putting together the makeup for your core wind disguise. Make another.
Pick up. Oh!
Make a skill check at disadvantage because you're in pain.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, your check is your check to apply the makeup is at disadvantage. 'Cause you asked for this.
Oh man!
You brought this
Oh,
on
man.
yourself.
You can have this warm body and not have disadvantage putting on makeup.
It's fine detail.
Can I help him put makeup on because it is my face? Put makeup on my face.
You can help to a degree. It's not just regular makeup though. It's like he also has to apply like prosthetics and stuff to make you look more like Cora Wynn. So there's only so much you can do.
19 and a 15. Well, I need to add my stuff to it.
Yeah.
So just the efficiency and dexterity, right?
Yes.
I don't know. We may need to call it a night. I'm dying. I'm slapping
23.
way too hard.
What was that?
Oh.
23.
Okay, so
With
yeah, you're. Yeah, you're.
The whole time I was like,
Okay.
Yeah, like.
but then I start feeling better.
It's like dip, dip, dip. Okay, here we go. Dip, dip, dip. Okay, here we go.
Natural one, just like.
Draw a mustache.
Why am I doing this?
I am not Linnaeus. I do not need a mustache.
Yeah. Yeah, in spite of the just pounding headache that you have, you are still able
So, like,
to...
do I have, like, exhaustion or something the rest of the day or something?
No, I'm not going to take it that far.
Okay.
But, like, you just have, like, a really bad headache that is... You manage to push through it to apply what you are actually pretty happy with. It's some of your better work that you still manage to put together. Like, she looks almost exactly like Cora Wynn to anyone that would know the woman.
And then I just turn it to Renee and just say, by the way, we can use this when we get back and maybe find the competition log.
Oh.
Like I said, all you have to say is that you Walda escaped. You came to talk the king out of it and came back. Where you've been. But let's see if the king doesn't murder us first.
Yeah, so you make your way back to the lake court where you meet the Baron, and Baron Ludris says, "All right, well, I've been able to secure an audience. It is not a good time, but it took more of my influence than I would have preferred to spend, and the king is in a poor mood, and Tulavi is not especially happy to be dealing with such business when she is concerned that there is going to be a war breaking out at any time, so you'll need to make your address quickly.
So just really quick, can we get like what we're all gonna say, like down? So we can-
Okay. So basically, we are telling him that Cora's brothers are pulling crap and doing that are illegal, and you know that they're dirtbags, and that I support the decision to cut the wind out of the tax collection so that it's less for the people and more.
And Walda, didn't you say that that this will give the king more money?
Because it cuts
the-
something out of the equation. So they end up spending less and he gets a bigger cut.
Okay, so how about we just start with the issue, like this is what we want to do, and then mention how it will give the king more money and also be less people. That way they'll have even more, happy towards the king, and the king is getting more money. And then you can step in and say like, yes, I'm Cora Wynn, and like these are the things my brothers are doing, and I don't feel like, for one, because like money, you will get more money, but because my brothers are doing this and swindling so much money, we should be cut out of it. That way we're prompt, to the point.
Mm-hmm.
I was hoping to address other things people here, but I feel like the longer we stay, the worse will be.
Yeah.
I'm going to stay outside of for this again because I figure his prejudice would count against me. So,
do I have any way of making my ears not look elvish? Or
if you're wearing a wig with longer hair, you could just disguise them that way, or if you have whatever you're doing to make yourself up to not look drow, you probably could at least partially
have a hat
disguise
that
them.
tucks them in.
Matt Mercer hair.
Yeah.
So,
I'm definitely going as like, I was thinking of like my false identity, because if like worst case then it's like, oh, I don't like it. Well, I meant like, well, what can you do?
Yeah.
Worst case scenario.
Isn't your false identity an elf?
Yeah. So I mean, like, I'd be an elf, but I mean, even though he's biased against elves, it's like, well, I mean, it's a businessman, so what can you do?
Yeah, you could probably conceal it a little more if you wanted to, or you could just not worry about it, whatever you prefer.
I'll just put my hair so it's, because I do have kind of decent shoulder hair, so I'll just kind of like cover it, and that way it's not like, oh, you're trying to hide it. It's just like, oh, sorry, just my, if it comes up, I'll be like, oh yeah, I'm just an elf businessman with the people, and I'm hoping to do business in the area. Cool. Yeah, I'll do that.
All right. So the Baron leads you in to out of the lake court and into the castle.
So is Walda speaking, or
he probably would be delivering the terms initially.
Okay, cool.
And you make your way through the castle into the audience chamber, where you see that you almost feel the wave of tension in the room as you walk in. There are other courtiers there, other members of the late court.
Did we want to give like one of the fancy bottles of wine to the king as a gift? Or not worry about him just...
Yes.
How many do we have?
If the king is a boozer.
Sorry, I don't have
True, might help the cause on that.
They also could get us a lot.
Or we could drink it. Just saying.
Okay. Maybe we should just do it, be prompt,
Yeah.
Okay, we'll just be prompt, business.
Yeah, the tension
I just feel bad because
can be cut with a knife. It is so just like the atmosphere is taut. There is this sense that the wrong thing could cause this all to just break out into pandemonium at any moment.
And that's why I'm not there.
Yeah, There are a number of members of the lay court here, some other courtiers who are likely just attending the court. They aren't actually significantly involved with government, but they're there because they are friends of the king or seeking his favor or something to that effect. You walk in and you do notice, Rin, that you are getting sort of odd looks from the king and from Tulavi, his lead advisor. Tulavi is a middle-aged woman, probably about 45. You can tell just from the way she holds herself that she's ex-military. She's wearing a polished breastplate, a white cape, has silver hair that's cropped very close to her skull. And the king himself is maybe early 40s somewhere, slightly fat, clean-shaven, red-faced, salt and pepper hair, wearing a brown tunic and black trousers with a deep red cloak with gold trim, and a very simple circlet made of leather with inlays of golden knotwork on it. And
Can I
he
just
looks-
do a general arcana check just to see if I feel magic in the room?
You can, yeah.
$17.
Yeah, there's maybe some like some of the same kind of magical gems that you saw at the inn that are providing lighting, and you don't think there is anything outright magical in the room other than that, but they also could be clouding your perception to some degree.
Okay.
Because their light is essentially raw magic, and so you're not entirely certain.
Okay.
And you have no doubt that there are probably, at least, given that this is the court of a king, there are probably at least one or two casters that work for him in here.
Sure.
You wouldn't be able to recognize them with a check like that.
Right.
But yeah, as you walk in, you're kind of trying to assess the room. You see that seated next to the king is a very beautiful young woman, probably no older than 18, who is apparently the queen. She is wearing fine clothing. She is has her hands folded neatly on her lap and is studiously avoiding eye contact with anyone. And not far in the back, sort of pacing around, is a thin young man with black hair. He's unshaven, has a slight goatee. It doesn't actually succeed at making him look any older than he is. You'd guess he's 19 or so.
Nice.
It's kind of thin. He's wearing chainmail, a white tunic with Moradin's hammer and anvil symbol, the Moradin, the dwarvish god. It is emblazoned across the chest, and a blue cape, and he has a distinct family resemblance to the king. You would guess that this is the son of the king based on the resemblance that you see. And judging from his armor and the symbol on his chest, you would take him to be a cleric of Moradin, which is certainly unusual for a human.
Especially
Want to invade the
against his fist against. Ugh.
There are some other nobles present, and standing near the door to the room, there is one male half-elf in maybe his late 40s who is wearing sort of roughed-up hide armor, and he has a symbol hanging around his neck that designates him, from what you've seen as you've been walking through the city, as one of the guards. You would imagine from his presence here that he is likely a high-ranking member of the guard, if not the captain. and he's pretty scarred up. Looks like he's seen some scuffles in his time. And the Baron, who is leading you in, leads you forward, and just before he speaks, he leans in. He says, "How would you wish to be announced before the king?"
And
Huh?
Not Emerald Wing. Just, I mean, because we have Cora and Alda, so.
yeah.
He's going to be announcing Walda initially, but he has to announce the rest of you as well. So even if it is as something like, it's just like, look, even if I refer to you as Walda's retinue or something, I have to call you something.
We could say representatives from the Weavers Guild
And
or Emerald Wing. Yeah, we could just say Emerald Wing.
Lady Wynn of Bexhope.
And Emerald.
And so the Baron leans back out and announces loudly to the court, "Ladies and gentlemen of the court of His Majesty King Demel Tandon, the 17th Sovereign of Tandon. Before you stand Giles Walda of Bexlode, representative of the Weavers Guild. Accompanying him are Lady Wynn, also of Bexlode, of noble origin, and the Emerald Wing."
-1.
So you,
Do you drink any of your wine, Sadie?
I only have the ale. It only lasts a minute. So no.
Yeah.
I don't have any of the whiskey.
Have a little flask.
So Walda begins detailing to the king in probably the most confident you have ever seen Walda. He clearly has this speech rehearsed. He knows what he's talking about. He is this is a topic he can be absolutely conversant in, and some of the timidity that normally is in his voice goes away as he stands and speaks about this matter. And he is probably 30 or 45 seconds into describing the tax plan when the king, with an irritated look, raises a hand for him to stop. And Giles kind of stumbles and looks around at all of you and then at the king. And the king turns and says, "Baron Tambury, I thought that we had been clear about not wasting this court's time." And the Baron looks confused and looks at all of you, and the king turns to you, Rin, and says, "Lady Wynn, we have already discussed this matter not 2 days hence. Why are you here again?"
I'm sorry, we had this discussion?
"Yes, you and I had this discussion 2 days ago. Have you gone daft?"
Holy crap.
I have reconsidered my stance.
"Well, I have not reconsidered mine. The matter as we discussed it before remains. We do not have time for petty squabbles over tax issues when they have already been satisfactorily answered in front of this court. We don't need to waffle about this any longer. There are more important things at hand. Just look, this is clearly an attempt on the part of the Weavers Guild to take advantage of the crown and pocket the difference. And the king just stands up irritatedly and holds out a hand and says, "No, this court is adjourned." And he storms off out the back. And the rest of the courtiers, including Tulavi, kind of look around at each other. And Tulavi looks at you with sort of a questioning eye. She doesn't seem angry, she just seems curious. And she follows after the king. And the Baron begins to shuffle all of you out. And he turns to you and he looks very confused and he says, I'm sorry, what was that? What just happened?
Couldn't have been Cora.
Necromancy. But we don't say that out loud. He's very sporadic right now. We're not exactly sure what. So perturbed. We apologize. We thought we had a good case, and it would give the king more money. But thank you for your help.
The Baron shrugs and says, I'm sorry it was not possible to help you more.
I mean, even though we don't support it, you think a king wanting to wage a war would be more than happy to increase his tax revenue.
Well, if someone's coming in posing as Cora, already discussing it with him.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I know. But I mean, he doesn't know that the guy we're talking about.
Yeah, the Baron seems to be in a state of shock. He excuses himself. He seems very worried, given that he spent some favor in order to secure this meeting. And you are only left alone for a moment before the young man that you assume to be the king's son walks out after you, and he says, he just kind of looks at you for a moment. He says, I don't know if you're who you say you are, but you are not the woman who met with my father 2 days ago. Who are you people?
They're just people with good hearts who want to help.
He just kind of stares into your eyes for a moment. You know, I'm inclined to believe you. These are dark times for my father and for Tandon. Look, whoever you are, this is not a safe time to be discussing anything with my father. Something's wrong with him. More wrong than usual, anyway.
How so?
He's been acting very xenophobic lately. And it's not like him. He's always been a drunk who didn't care about rule. He's never cared about much of anything apart from reputation and wine and whatever high society nonsense he could pull together, but he's never been like this. He's never been hateful, frightened of the outside. It's only recently has this happened.
Well, you seem a man concerned for your father, and like a man who's not going to turn us in for doing harm. It's very concerning that you said someone posing as Corwin was here 2 days ago, talking with your father.
Posing as... it would seem to me that you are the ones posing.
Yes, we are also posing, but should I inform him a little? This has dark magic seeming to it. I proceed to briefly explain, not in full detail, but certain things that went on. You know, kind of like, there was dark magic being done by Cora, which ended up causing her downfall and her death. And so we figured, like, well, we want to help these people. The winds are horrible, so we'll just disguise as her. I kind of explained that to him.
Look, I don't know you. I have little knowledge of what has happened to you. I don't know if what you're telling me is true. But if you have reason to believe that this woman is not who she says she is, you can find her. I don't know if it is a good idea for me to tell you this.
Something to consider. Do you know where is it where we were?
Tigminster?
Yeah, in Tigminster, Lord Sign was a necromancer. If you have a dead woman coming and speaking, it would be necromancy or something worse. One was harvesting power from an angel, one was harvesting power from a genie. Both within your kingdom.
The look in his eyes changes from trusting to like, oh, I'm talking to a bunch of madmen. Like he shifts from like, I think maybe you're all right to like, oh, you're nuts. Just like, look, whatever's happened to you, wherever you come from, it's probably a poor idea, but if you have reason to suspect that this woman is not who she says she is, she's staying at the Sapphire Shield.
Sapphire Shield.
If you can prove anything, then feel free to seek me out. You can find me in High Quarter, usually in the mornings, or if it is during the day, then you're more likely to find me in the Stone Rucks at Red Chapel. It's not a temple of Moradin, but it is a temple of Tynel. It is one with whom Moradin bears kinship. I go and I try to do whatever I can to help. If it is any time after maybe 10 or 11 in the morning, you're most likely to find me there. If you can find any information, bring it to me, or perhaps I'll seek you out again. Look, what you've told me here sounds insane. I'm not going to...
It really does.
But keep in mind also your father on a diamond turned into turned xenophobic and is planning to attack a neighboring kingdom. That's also very odd. Just something to consider.
I can't deny that. But I will... I won't speak of this to anyone.
Thank you. We'll do what we can do, and thank you for at least hearing us out.
Perhaps I'll see you again. He turns and leaves, going back into the palace.
We get his name.
He did not introduce himself there, no, but
I was gonna ask him.
but he is the prince. You probably could find out his name fairly easily. It would probably be fairly common knowledge.
Okay.
And I would like everyone to make a perception check.
$19.
19.
Oh, so Mace is just waiting out with
25.
his noble life.
25.
22.
Alright, so Rin notices that as the prince is walking back inside, that just as he is starting to turn away, there is a hint of movement in the darkness at the door. That one of the other courtiers appeared to be listening in to that conversation.
Oh, we're busted.
It was too dark for you to actually get a good look at the face or anything too specific about them, but someone else caught at least some of that, you're pretty sure.
Crap. I don't know if I could do anything about it.
Pull out my lightning orb.
She wasn't coming out the main doors, was she? Or this person?
They were just at one of the crossroads where there were... The place where you guys went in kind of branched off in a couple of places. And it looks like they ducked off down one of the halls.
Gotcha. I was just seeing if me standing outside would have noticed. Which, I mean...
It was a little further in, so...
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Where did he say he could be found?
At the Stone Ruckus. The Red Chapel.
The Stone Rucks, the Red Chapel in the Stone Rucks.
Red Chapel in the Stone Rucks. Nobody's gonna run after this person?
I don't know. That happened yet, so.
It's true.
Oh, do you have Hex? You could try and cast Hex on him.
Nah, it was snuck away.
Yeah, I mean, I guess...
You have to be able to see them. They, by the time you caught notice of them, they were already ducking away.
How far were they from us?
Probably 40 feet or so. What's that?
I said she's got Misty Step. But that might draw attention.
Yeah. You are still on the palace grounds and partially in the palace. There are guards everywhere, and
Yeah,
They may take notice.
a bad idea to try and. I guess we go. I want to go back and change out of my Cora costume.
Yeah.
And go over to Sapphire Shield.
okay. So the Sapphire Shield is still in High Quarter. It's in. It's down another street that is kind of a few streets over from where you guys have been staying. And it appears to be a pretty nice place. And you make your way there, and as you enter, you can see that it's early enough in the early afternoon that there's not a whole lot of activity here. There are a few people eating, and the man behind the bar looks up at you and just says, "What can I get for you?"
I actually am looking for someone. I heard that there is a young woman by the name of Cora Wynn.
Oh, yes, noble lass from out of town, red hair. Yeah, she's staying here.
I needed to speak with her.
Is it? Do you know her? Are you a friend of hers?
Yeah, I'm a friend of hers from Vexlow.
Roll persuasion or roll deception. Actually, we'll say with advantage because he doesn't have a whole lot of reason to disbelieve you.
I follow.
Okay. 18.
Okay, he nods and says, "Yeah, she's on the second floor, the third room down."
You.
He says, she should be in right now. She haven't seen her come through.
Great. Oh,
Actually, question, is this something where you just left, or like did we all just kind
did you guys want to come?
of? I would assume, but
I've been outside the castle this whole time, so I don't know what's going on. I'm
Yeah,
playing
just-
cards with
I
the
just-
guards again.
Picked her up on our way out.
Yeah, I had just assumed you guys were with her, but you guys can decide
that's
that.
actually too. I want to like make sure kind of thing. Like,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it sounds
I'm
like
totally
we'll
down for being
on
with.
their own, but like, we don't want to like have her like get into a situation where she's like gonna die, but we're all just not like.
Yeah.
Jenga! Jenga, Jenga!
Yeah. Yeah.
So do we all just go and we're kind of like holding back, like, kind of like not looking to us, whatever.
Say it again?
So are we like all there, but like you're talking because how a huge group like hey, Cora.
We're here to find Cora. We're groupies.
We're friends of hers. Came to surprise her.
What, these weapons? Nah, don't worry about it. That's my assumption. I just wanted to like double check. I do know there's times in games where you want to just do something on your own.
Yeah. I was not necessarily going onesie. I'm not that much like that.
So you head upstairs. Are the rest of you going to follow her or stay down on the ground floor? What's your plan?
I'm following upstairs.
Okay.
I think we should follow like a little bit like staggered, and then kind of bring it up because we don't want we don't want cause.
Try not to draw too much attention. Yeah.
We could have Mouse try and levitate up to the floor and try and peek it.
That's not obvious.
Oh, David, I completely forgot to ask. Okay, I forgot to ask because I was working on the thing if Semaeus could work on the hand crossbow. Mouse.
Oh yeah, he can be working on that. But
Okay, so go to Cora's door and just knock.
yeah, you knock and you wait. No response.
Wait, so is that Semaeus is with us or he's not with us right now?
Semaeus is probably not with you at the moment, I would say.
Okay.
Yeah,
No.
I assumed he was.
Well, yeah, he's if he's working on that, he wouldn't be with you.
Well, I was just saying I had forgotten to tell you that I wanted him. Oh shoot, I forgot.
Yeah. He can be with or not with you. It's up to you, I guess.
Is the door locked?
Huh?
Is the door locked? The Cora's room?
It is.
So I vote that we really quickly try and see if Mouse try and stealth and see if there's someone in the.
Send a nip.
Oh yeah,
Uh,
never mind.
this-
Yeah, we have nips. Okay. Mouse will send in nips to see if there's any. In the bedroom.
Yeah,
Hit or no?
that's what I'm trying to figure out. The doors are pretty well fitted in here, so it would not be an easy fit. And as far as having Mouse try to check, this is kind of it's one of the inner rooms, and you don't think from where you are in the building that there are windows into this room. You think it's one of the.
Okay. Is it possible to do a stealthy lockpick? You do it and then slowly so it doesn't make noise?
Yeah, it'd just be a thieves' tools check.
Or we could try and pick the lock. If we.
Probably a good idea. Just
Yeah.
one way to get in.
Cool. So I'm also do a. Is a 17 plus 11, 28.
Yeah, that's
Nice.
no problem.
Just plus 11 on.
Yeah,
On that
Mouse. Yeah, Mouse basically just looks at the lock, kind of squints at it for a second, and makes a motion so fast that you're not even sure what she did, but the door just kind of creaks open a little bit as she does. She just
Now can
looks
she
around at the rest of you and grins.
Now can she send in nips to kind of look around?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. Just goes in.
Yeah. So Nip sees the dead body of Cora Wynn still wearing the same clothing that she was when you killed her, with a burn from the witch bolt that killed her in the center of her chest. It is lying motionless in the center of the floor of the room.
Mouse, guys?
I am going to cast Speak with Dead.
I'm gonna look around the room, see if there's anybody here, any signs of anybody that aside from.
Yeah. If you can't ask what the combination is to.
There's nobody in this room, not even Cora.
Wait.
There's a natural too.
Going into a room?
What room are we going into? This room over here. Oh, there's nobody there either.
And do Arcana checks work for like general magic sense or not?
Sort of, to a degree. It's like you can tell if an object is kind of magical, maybe. It's not as reliable and it's not as detailed as something like Detect Magic, which is a spell. It won't give you a whole lot of information if it gives you any, basically. Is the
Okay, guys, we need to start burning bodies when we kill people.
yeah. You Rin, you go about the process of casting Speak with Dead. And,
I assume we all go into the room now, so it's all like
yeah. Yeah, and the spell fails. Like you've done everything correctly, and as you
Is she currently undead?
No, she's re-dead.
Somebody's used it on her recently.
Someone else wants their mansion. Oh, I mean, so someone already did commune with dead on her.
Yeah, someone's used Speak with Dead on her in the past 10 days, so I can't talk to her.
Can you? Is that like permanent? You can never do that again, or
No, if I like hit day 11, then I can use it, but I won't be able to again for 10 days.
David, you rolled something in your eyes when you made a shift.
That's interesting.
So, do we know that she's dead for sure, or?
I mean, this is a dead body.
I know, but like, weren't the undead people also a dead body? Was she like hibernating or something? Try healing the body.
Yeah, like there's no effect if she uses a small amount of healing magic. It doesn't do anything.
Okay, I just don't know magic, so and we just fought dead things, so like I'm a little like wanting to cover our bases. Is there any way to tell how long it's been they did commune with dead?
Is there a way that I can tell?
There's no way for you to tell that. No.
Every day for the next 9 days.
Yeah, you can definitely tell that the body is not in any worse shape than it was when you left it.
Should we stick her in the bag of holding? There's no oxygen, so she'll decay a lot.
I guess we could.
I mean, that or we could like rent a room here.
Do we know where during this time of day that we could find the prince?
You would assume that he is probably on his way to the Red Chapel now.
Mouse, fly and get him.
Mouse
I'm
turns
going to
to
run.
see a figure standing in the door.
See, told you there's nobody else in the room.
The shocked and just like the sort of horrified face of Tulavi Denham standing in the door.
Of course.
And
Who's Tulavi Denham?
King's Aid.
Yeah, the King's Aid advisor.
Did we close the door behind us?
Apparently not.
You did not specify that you did. Yeah, Tulavi kind of like takes a step back, begins slowly to draw a sword from her waist, and she turns to the side and calls down the hall, "Captain Gear?"
There's no need for that.
I know that this looks bad. I did not hurt anyone.
She Let me see. I need to check how that works real quick. Yeah, she makes a motion that you recognize. She's casting Zone of Truth. Wyatt cast this. And make a charisma saving throw.
$17.
Okay, that is just a failed save. Just.
Oh.
So you can't speak a deliberate lie while in the radius of the Zone of Truth.
Perfect. Let's just tell him the whole story about like how.
And she
Clearly, I didn't kill her because all my weapons are smashing and slicing.
but
So it's
she,
not.
she points her sword to you. She says, "Did you kill this woman?"
Not today.
And she, like, her eyes narrow. There is sort of a question in her eyes,
Somebody's just laughing.
but she, yeah, she says, "Captain Gear, bring the guards."
Excuse me, madam. If we're in the zone of truth, can I tell you just the quick lowdown of what's going on? What do you have to do? We're in the zone of truth, and you have a bunch of guards coming.
Perhaps later. There will be plenty of time for you to answer honestly. And she steps back to allow the guards to come through. And the guards approach you.
How many guards are there?
In the room at this moment, probably a dozen, with more out in the...
I'm going to cast Sanctuary on myself.
Okay.
Like you're gonna put up a fight.
No. Protect yourself.
Yeah, the guards are all, like, they're carrying shackles.
I just put out my hands like, I'm ready. I did nothing wrong. I'm putting up no resistance.
All right, they shackle your wrists.
Can I hurry and just like break him?
If you really want to, you can make a...
I really want to, just to see if I can do it. 15 plus what, strength? 20?
Athletics, so yeah.
Thanks. Oh, that's even better. 26.
Yeah. So you break the shackles, and immediately every one of the guards around you draws their sword.
I just put my hands back out. Like, if you really want to handcuff me again, go for it. Really no need. I'm not putting up any resistance. We did nothing wrong here. Yeah.
They shackle you again anyway.
Yeah, I figured they would. I don't even like try and stress the chains or anything. I just...
Okay. Chris, does Jasu just let this happen? What's your plan here?
Monty's not having any resistance. I think I'll just do it.
You'll just what?
I think I'll just follow Tamati, because I mean, if I try and escape, they might attack and kill us, and we're in the middle of town.
No. Okay.
Ooh, I have a thought.
What?
I have Loki with me. I want him to start repeating all the bad stuff that Cora was saying about the king when we were up against her.
Okay. Yeah.
in her thing.
Okay. Yeah, there are some odd looks from the soldiers, and Tulavi hasn't taken her eyes off of you since this started, but nobody seems to be paying that much mind to it. So yeah, you are shackled, and Tulavi and Captain Gear, the half-elf that you saw before, begin to lead you out of here, and that's where we're going to end for the night.
Ah. Yeah. Like, I mean, honestly, what we gonna do? I mean, there's no way in fighting the guard. No point.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, if I had like level 18 monk, I could teleport, go invisible, be like, peace out, guys.
Yeah.
Gotta figure out something to help you later.
Yeah.
Jerk what? Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of like, oh. And if they're gonna cast us in a circle of truth, tell the story, like the full story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even though we can't lie, so.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, most of my attacks can be unarmed, anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What a twist!
Awesome. What a twist. Oh, goodness.
When you said she started casting a spell, I'm like, counterspell, and then you were like, oh, it's Zone of Truth. I'm like, nope, I'm just gonna let it happen.
Yeah.
Let it happen. Let it go. Let it go.
I don't know. The fact that there are a bunch of guards in there with, and they came out to Cora's room, I have a feeling it's awesome.
Mr. Lid.
I'm not like super, like, I know there's something going on behind the scenes, but like, I think they suspected something was for us, so I mean.
Well, yeah, they were after us from the beginning.
Yeah. But I mean, like, so.
She was
I mean,
probably
that's
the one hiding.
Yeah, but I mean, if that lady went and like, was looking weird at Rin, then goes to Cora's room and sees her dead, I'm sure they'll be able to see like, oh, she's been dead for a little bit longer than just like, we just cut her throat.
Oh, because she doesn't look any more dead than she does when we killed her.
It's true.
Yeah, like, as far as you could tell, she could have been killed moments before you walked in. Like,
But that's if we're in a cone of truth or whatever, and we just, this is every little thing that
you killed this woman.
super
Not
detailed.
today.
Not today. I was like, that's how I started laughing. I was like, yeah, they're even if you killed her yesterday, they still wouldn't. So, no point fighting this one.
But see, that's the thing. Like, we didn't kill her that. I mean, she looks fresh.
Weeks ago.
Yeah, if she didn't, if she doesn't look more than like the moment we killed her dead, like if you didn't kill her that day, then
Yeah. It
I have a
would be
feeling like
interesting to see where things go.
No kidding.
It's always kind of funny to me when I am like listening to you guys plan something, and I'm just like, I know this isn't going to work. Because I'm just like,
Yep.
like, because I don't always have everything planned ahead. Some things are improvised, but some things I'm just like, yeah, this is
it was a good
Good
plan.
luck getting that to work.
It was a good plan.
Yeah, it was just that you were up against something you were absolutely not expecting.
Okay,
And
we
how
are
could you have
burning
been?
bodies from that.
So if we asked Sena why she gasped whenever she heard that Cora was dead, like would that have guided anything?
I mean, this is metagaming a little bit, but I will just
Sure,
tell you,
yeah.
she has no
I
idea.
figured
who
we're not going to
Cora
go back
is.
and ask her, so.
Yeah, she has no idea who Cora is and was just kind of freaking out at like the implication that she just overheard somebody talking about, like, you know, it's like, well, we know someone's dead. Like she was
Fair
like,
enough.
the implication behind that is like you were probably involved in that person becoming dead in some way.
Makes sense. Yeah.
And so she was just kind of like, oh, I'm gonna go over here where
Yeah.
I'm not in this conversation.
I just figured it was like, if that was supposed to be like a hook, if we asked her, like, well, Cora Wynn was traveling through here to see the king. We'd be like, wait, she what? And then that would have changed the whole strategy, as
Yeah.
opposed to just, oh yeah, no, I'm not gonna even touch that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I was just curious.
Yeah.
Hey, my original plan was to wait a couple of days and go to the mall and like mooch around with the nobles and try and get more info.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I was figuring was gonna happen.
That's what I thought we
Glad
were
you-
gonna do.
I'm glad you didn't end up doing that, partially just because the gala was something that was invented in the moment that I said there was an invitation to the gala. So
Nice.
So I was just
Oh,
like,
that's what I should have said at the end. I should be like, oh, does this mean we're gonna miss the party?
But yeah, that was my original plan. If everyone wanted to go.
This is diplomacy mission. This is not my forte. I knew from the get-go I was gonna have a slow day.
Sorry, man.
No, you're good. It worked out
Hopefully you're
fine.
still enjoying it.
Oh, I am every minute of it. That's why I throw in crap like doing yoga with Mouse. You know,
Yeah.
I have lots of fun with what I'm doing, but it's like, I'm gonna be comic relief in this stressful
Yeah.
playing cards with the guards, and I win 30 gold out of it. What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I don't die, I'm totally gonna rub it in the prince's face. Like, yeah, we were right. We saved your little crap hole kingdom. Peace out.
Yes, please rub it in the face of the only good person you have spoken to since you arrived here. Like,
It's true. Yeah. Of all the people,
like
he's the one you want to have on your side.
After we fix it.
not to imply that Tulavi is a bad person. You don't know anything about her. It's just that like he's one of the only people who has even tried to like,
Tell us anything about what's going on.
yeah, like, you know, Baron Tambury was doing his best, but that's just kind of a like he is terrified because of everything that's going on in his life, and so
Yeah. Yeah. Recently appointed. Uh-oh.
yeah, and like I mean, the truth is that like, you know, strangers walk into town like in the middle of a crisis and tell the prince, hey, that woman that your father was talking with a couple of days ago, she's dead. We killed her a few weeks ago. In this whole situation, like, you know, it's like he's kind of.
Yeah.
I did do a role for him, and he was just like, "Oh, you're crazy people." Like,
Yeah, I saw that moment.
Not saying I
I'm-
believe that. I'm just gonna rub it in his
You're
face.
going like, could I have proved it?
Yeah.
And like now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like, we all have Tafiel's pendant.
It's true.
Yeah. But I mean,
Like-
that doesn't especially prove anything.
No, I know, but I could have pulled it out and been like, this was given to us by the angel that she was basically murdering to,
Yeah.
you know.
Which also, that just added to the crazy of like, yeah, you know, it's like that woman that your father was talking to a couple of days ago, she's actually dead. We killed her a few weeks ago because she was torturing an angel and stuff like that. And it's just like, it's
It's a little
it's
far-fetched.
And was
Yes.
planning to get after the king anyway, so we're really doing him a favor.
Yeah. But it's just like a weird
It does-
selection of like really strange sounding things that you know, from essentially complete strangers who, you know, are just like, we've known you for 30 seconds, we're going to entrust you with the fact that we killed somebody recently that was like important in their area.
I didn't say we killed her. I said that she was doing dark magic, and that ended up killing her.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's
Very specific about that.
yeah. it still all sounds pretty far fetched, and
Yep.
so it is. Like, I would say that you got to cut the prince a little slack on that situation.
Oh no. I'm also gonna rub it in his face.
Yeah.
I told flat cut, but bragging.
Cutting all the slack I got, and then rubbing it in your face.
Yeah.
Nice.
But yeah, that relationship is a weird one right now because he is like a cleric of one of the dwarven gods, and his dad has gone all racist against dwarves all of a sudden.
Right.
So it's like...
Weirdo. Okay. Shut things down. So I can go to bed.